drivetrain. This is a very simple engine. Things get a lot more complicated from here, but we chose this engine for a purpose. This is a dual overhead cam. These are the camshafts, and they are sitting on top of the cylinder head. That's the identification of that style. There is multiple designations. There's single overhead. There is not overhead. There's a lot of different configurations, but this particular one, which is the most common one in modern cars, dual overhead
Hey
cam.
Dad, is Hooters going bankrupt?
So, what is a camshaft? All this does is it synchronizes the strokes of the engine. When are we going to allow that mix of air and gasoline into the engine? And when are we going to allow that exhaust to come out? So I'm going to turn this engine as if it was running, and I want you to watch what things are doing here. Do you notice this particular peak? This is called a cam lobe, and it is kind of in a droplet shape. And the reason for that is every time this high, like pointy part goes down, it opens something called a valve. Every time a round part goes over it, it is closed. Now these valves are what's going to open to either let the gasoline mixture and air mixture in, or it's going to, on the other side, is going to let the combustion gases go out in the exhaust. And when they are both closed, we are in the compression stroke, because you have already the mixture inside the combustion chamber, which we're going to look at in a little bit, and you are compressing it. So if you have one of the valves open, it's just going to come out, nothing will happen. So you have three stages of this. They're either open on one side, closed on the other, open on one side, closed on the other, or they're both closed. Now, there are cases, we're not going to get too complicated into, there are cases where this is delayed and that's delayed. We're not going to get into that. We're going to keep things simple, because they're actually a lot more complicated.
So, Master Rush.
Here's what's going on in this entire picture. Each cylinder in this particular engine, it's 16-valve engine, 4-cylinder. You have 4 valves per cylinder, and this is the separation of the cylinder. Do you see how you have 2 lobes here and 2 lobes here? This is the intake side, and this is the exhaust side. The camshaft will always spin half the speed of the crankshaft. So if you're driving your beautiful car at 1500 RPM, this is spinning at 750 RPM. This is how this works. The camshaft will always spin slower, and what this does, the way the lobes are orientated is according to the firing order. Well, we did the 4 strokes here, but at the same time, the 4 strokes are happening somewhere else, and somewhere else, and somewhere else. They're in different phases of each other. But we're going to actually focus on one cylinder only. Right now, both of them are closed, and this is the beginning of the cycle. Watch the cycle on the intake side first. This is the intake.
Every time you bump into
turn the engine.
Every time you bump into something, it turns around for some reason.
Do you see how the intake is opening?
Look at character turns around.
The pointy part of the lobe is down. Now we are taking in the intake mixture. We're going to continue. This part is actually the compression. You see how they're both closed? Pointy part here, pointy part here. The compression is happening. And then, watch what's going to happen here. We're going to open the exhaust valves. Now we're letting that gas out. And then as we let it out, we're getting ready to start the cycle all over again. Do you see how that works? But how is it actually doing that? See, this part right here, this is called a timing chain. You have 2 styles in engines. You have either a timing chain, a metal chain that synchronizes everything, so all these 4 cylinders would do what they're supposed to do at the correct time. Or you have a timing belt. This particular engine is a chain. We're not going to get too much into that part of the design, but let's see, how does this actually happen? What is this pointy part this pointy part. What is it actually pushing against, and how is that mechanism working? And in order to do that, we're gonna remove all the chain, we're gonna remove the camshafts, we're gonna look at the camshafts outside, and then we're gonna remove the cylinder head, which contains the valves that do this, and see how that works up close and personal. So let's take a look at the camshafts up close. Do you see those slopes? That's how these look like. You see how they're not in the same orientation because each one corresponds to a certain phase in that four-stroke for that particular cylinder, so they will not be the same, and they are engineered that way to work.
What are the good games?
In that order. Now let's take these out. Look at the area where they sit. So this camshaft is just a piece of metal that is spinning. I mean, if you're driving your car at the highway 3000 RPM, this is spinning at 1500 revolutions per minute. That's a lot. And how do you not have this metal piece and this metal piece get destroyed? Here's how that works. This is called a journal. This part has a hole in it. See that little innocent looking hole? That's actually an oil hole. So what's going to happen is oil will come out to this tiny little hole, put a film of oil on top of this, which then is going to end up here, and
terms of games.
on this little cam cap that sits here,
I already did
that
Rails my own time.
film of oil here will actually prevent wear between these two metals, because they will actually not be touching each other. They will be riding on a thin film of oil here that keeps this lubricated, cools it down, and not allow this metal to metal contact. That is pretty cool how that works. Now we talked about the cam lobes pushing down, but what is it pushing down on? Let's just take this cam out of the way. Let's take a look. What is it pushing on? Because this just looks like a flat surface. But see, the thing with gasoline engines is they warm up and they cool down. And what happens to metal when you warm it up? It expands, you cool it down, it contracts. So if we just put this cam here, what's going to happen when this metal surface heats up, expands, this metal surface heats up and expands, and they're just going to be fighting each other? Or when this metal surface cools down significantly and this metal surface cools down significantly and they shrink, well, there's going to be a giant gap. So how is that going to work? That is called valve clearance. It is something pre-calculated by the engineers that designed it, where we want this valve clearance not to be too tight, where this valve will potentially be pushed down all the time and open, and we can't have our power stroke anymore where both of them are closed. Neither is going to be super loose, where we're not going to be able to open our valve all the way and allow that beautiful gasoline and air mixture to go in, or the exhaust to go out. So they set it as specific clearance that allows for both cases to work. This is called a manual valve clearance engine, and this particular engine is that. More modern engines and more sophisticated engines will have automatically adjusting valve clearance. What they'll do there is they'll have a little plunger that is oil pressured. When the gap gets smaller, it'll ease up to allow for that expansion. When the gap gets big, because the engine is cold, it's going to pump up and take that gap between the cam lobe and the valve. But this is actually not the valve. This is a little bit of an older design on this particular engine. This is called a bucket. And the way you adjust valve clearance on this particular engine, you see the inside of this bucket? This is actually a numbered bucket. So the distance between this inside and the outside can be changed by the number that is stamped on this bucket, which is just the distance. You can see that number. I don't know if it's clear inside. There's a number that corresponds to a certain thickness of this. But this is the actual valve that this is pressing, which in turn
Hold on.
the camshaft lobe is pushing on to open and close the valves. That is the most basic operation. But wait a second, what is this little fancy looking thing here? Let us take the cylinder head out of this engine, take a valve out, and let's just take a look at it and see how that looks like. Now here are the valves we were just looking at. These actually look like this inside. This is a spring. So remember when we were looking at the cams, they push on this. Well, what's gonna return it to close it? This is called the valve spring. It's just a spring that has a specific tension, depends on the engine. So it would return the valve to the closed part. And speaking of the valve, this is a valve. It's fully assembled. Here's what holds this valve in place.
So here's 2 of the good games.
If you look at the tip here, there's this retainer, and then inside this retainer there's actually 2 little locks. I'm gonna get them out. These tiny little locks, which are called keepers. What these locks do, if you look at the tip of the valve, you have this little groove. These also have a tiny little groove that will go right there and get locked in that groove where it's not going anywhere. And then this retainer will come up and lock it in place. And that's what you're looking at here. These are all locked in place. Here's how that spring looks like. And here's how the valve looks like. Now here's the interesting thing about these valves. This is called the stem. This is the valve face. This is actually facing the combustion chamber, which we're going to look at here, the top combustion chamber. In this area, you have oil. In the combustion chamber, we do not have oil.
The combustion chamber.
So in order to keep that oil away from going into the combustion chamber through this, around the stem, there's actually a seal that sits behind each one of these valves. And we'll show you a little clip of that seal, how it looks like sitting down and then outside. These seals are called valve stem seal. It's the seal that seals the stem of the valve to not allow oil to go into the combustion chamber on top of the valve. Now let's talk about valves. Intake and exhaust valves are not the same. Usually the intake is larger. If you have a car, and in case you hear this, that is direct injected only, and you have carbon buildup on the valves, they're actually going to build up carbon here.
Is my computer
not
really having problems loading
here.
this?
That's a common misconception about cars, folks. All engines will build up carbon here, including this one. That's just normal. Not excessive amounts, but this does have residue on it. You cannot clean this with a little can of magic stuff that you put in the tank or the shop chart. You cannot clean this. This is normal. The minute you run the engine, there will be some carbon. That is normal. But when carbon builds up here, you're going to start obstructing things. Eventually, this valve will stick and won't be able to be closed by the spring, and we have issues. Or it'll be completely plugged, where you cannot no longer allow that mixture to go through. I just thought I'd say this now. Some carbon buildup here is normal. Excessive carbon buildup here, we have problems. Why is this valve clean?
Okay, I have no
Why do direct injection engines build up carbon here? See, the way the port injection works, it actually sprays gasoline in an area of the runner leading up to this valve. So gasoline and air will come together, touch this valve, go around it into the combustion chamber. While direct injected engines, they will only have air passing through here and then gasoline being sprayed directly inside, not before this guy. So what ends up happening over time, there's something called blowback that will build up that carbon here because there's no gasoline passing through here and washing it off. That's why direct injected engines build carbon. Welcome to the top combustion chamber.
Isn't that supposed to be like...
This is the other side of the cylinder head. These are the valves that we were looking at that were basically this. This sits right in here. This is when it's open, and this is when it's closed. So every time this comes up, it allows either, if it's this side, which is the intake side, it'll allow that gasoline and air mix to come in. If it is the exhaust side open, it'll allow things out. And what is dictating what's coming in and out is the part where we'll talk about in a little bit. I just want you to see this part. Now, one thing we will say right now, this just looks like, to the average person who is not into cars, not into this stuff, this just looks like an oily mess. Just random parts, dirty, oily, greasy, grimy. This is the most delicate, most highly precisely engineered part of the entire engine. Everything else is nuts and bolts. This is where the magic is. Because, do you see this valve? This valve actually has a surface where it seals on, because this needs to seal. And the part right here is called the valve seat. This is a very precisely machined part.
I did not get a notification. Unacceptable. 15 minutes late.
So when these two sit together,
don't worry, Kajana. How you doing?
So
don't worry, Kajana.
they're actually sealing the combustion chamber. So this is not an oily mess. And the other thing is,
we need to save
this surface
we need to save Doomspire.
Is a very precisely machined part. Because wait a second, we have this part, we have another part, and the combustion is happening in this area for each cylinder.
Okay, this is
well, how are we going to seal this compression from going outside?
Where do I find hats?
This is where your head gasket is. You'll hear blown head gasket, leaking head gasket. This car has a bad head gasket. Most people talk about this, they don't even comprehend what a head gasket does. As the name says, the head gasket is just a gasket. Sits
was that a hat?
right here.
That is not a hat.
And it seals between the cylinder head and the cylinder block. We're going to talk about the cylinder block in a little bit.
Where are the hats?
But here's what usually happens. You overheat this engine, for example. That's the most classic case.
Okay.
What's going to happen is, this is a precisely machined surface. This will heat significantly.
Oh, you're playing.
And if you notice,
yes, I
these
am.
openings,
Though I have no idea what I'm supposed
these
to
are
be
actually
doing
cooling
to get
jackets. They cool this area. So coolant will go out of here into this area,
Man, my
and
umbrella
then
did
into
nothing.
the block, and that's how
umbrella
coolant
did
is
not
going
save
back and forth. Well, when you superheat this,
Okay,
aluminum
I
tends
need
to
to-
warp when you heat it, meaning it's no longer flat. So this will open,
How do I find the hat?
and then you will have multiple of things will
I barely
happen.
hear the background
Either
music, it doesn't help.
you will mix
I'm
oil.
I'm sorry,
There
I'm
are
sorry,
oil
I'm sorry,
passages here as well. Some of these passages are
I'm
oil
gonna turn down
passages.
the audio.
You will mix oil
Okay.
with coolant. That's the most common thing
let
that
me know if-
people
is this
will
good?
think it happened.
No.
But it's not always the
probably-
case. Because if you actually
let me turn it down.
break the area between
Okay, is
two
this better?
cylinders,
Can you
you
hear
will
me,
have
chat?
all kinds of issue. Because you will bleed combustion from this
Does
one
this work?
into this one, and this one is not ready, and it'll just
I'm supposed
become
to go to
a
the
mess.
dispenser.
And the last thing that is common,
I'm supposed to go to these dispensers.
this gasket
these
corrodes
rainbow
and starts
path
leaking
dispensers for the
outside,
hats.
either oil or coolant or both. These are some of the things with cylinder heads problems for modern engines.
This is actually
Now,
like pretty easy.
if this is warped, you must machine it or replace the cylinder head if it's not.
Stuck in
If
the
you're not
ground.
able to machine it due to tolerances. This needs to be a perfectly flat surface, and we're not talking.
tsunami.
Oh, I've passed my hand over it.
Come on, I
This
just
is
figured
like
out how to get the
machining
hats. You're really
style,
gonna make me
perfectly flat.
deal with
Having
the
said
tsunami?
that, I'm gonna put one cam. I'm gonna turn it. It's gonna be a little difficult, so you can see how these valves actually work when the engine is running. Let's watch these valves not open and close dance, because this is beautiful. Look at this.
Sprint, you don't need to use do walking speed around 80%.
Isn't that something
yeah,
beautiful?
you can walk
So
with it.
this is actually
Oh, yeah, I
cylinder
can't
number
spray
1, 2, 3,
My
4.
bad. It's been a
I'm gonna go through an
my bad,
entire
I
cycle
haven't
until we open
something even
4
more.
again.
What
See
do
if
you
you can
mean? There's
pick up the
another
firing order from
tsunami. Okay.
Pretty cool, right? How these valves
Okay.
open. You notice they're both opening together. So if you do the math here real quick, these are 16
I'm
valves.
sorry.
This is a 16 valve engine. 2 valves
thought it
for
was
the
an only
exhaust,
happens
2 valves for the
once.
intake, so 4 valves per
Okay.
cylinder. And this opening right here is actually where your spark plug
Anyway,
is.
let
That's
me
what
get the rest of the
ignites
hats. Are
the
you
mixture
actually
so
kidding
we
me?
can
Why are you giving me
create that
another
beautiful
flood?
combustion. If you had a direct injected engine, you will have a second hole, just like this one, where the direct injector is somewhere either here or sometimes it'll be right here, and the
Oh.
spark plug will be in a different
Okay, so I'm
position,
just
but
dead.
somewhere inside this
just
cavity
dead
right
already.
here. Now, having met the upper combustion chamber, let's go see the real magic of gasoline engines, which is the other part of the combustion chamber, cylinder block.
Oh, I'm not dead. JT gets hit by a tsunami, but it's saved by destiny.
Welcome
Man, what do you mean there's...
to the combustion
I'm sorry,
chamber,
piranhas?
which is actually
What am I...
this one.
What do you expect me
It's
to do
actually
about
not
this?
the entire depth
What do you
of
expect me
this.
to
I
do
hope
about
you
this
can see this
information?
very clearly. It is just this area and the top of the cylinder head. I'll remind you how that looks like. Let me spin this and watch how this works.
Can I still get hats? Oh, I can't get hats.
This is the piston. There's 4 cylinders. 1, 2, 3,
A
4.
coffin exists.
Here's what's going on
this is
here.
What? Huh?
And the best way I will be able to describe it. This
What do you mean there's an...
is the compressor part of the engine. When this piston, watch these two, when they go up, they are compressing.
And now I gotta get...
When they go down,
What do you mean I gotta get 10 hats
they are
again?
pulling. So, here's how
That's
this
the
is going to
worst.
work for our 4 strokes. Let's start with the first stroke, which is the intake. We want
Now,
to
why do I have to get 10 hats
naturally
again?
pull that mixture of air and gasoline into
Oh,
the
where's my
combustion
umbrella
chamber.
now?
We're going to have this
I'm
piston
assuming
go
there's fall
down.
damage.
So what
Get
it's
out of
doing is
sight.
creating a suction. It's going to pull the mixture inside this area. Then we're going to want to compress that mixture and ignite it with the spark plug. So what it's going to do is it's going
I'm
to come up
sorry.
and start compressing. As it reaches its peak at a specific position, the spark plug will ignite this mixture. So the
Well, this
mixture
is
will
just perfect. I'm
burn.
getting shot down.
As it's burning, it's going to create like a gas, and it's going to push this piston down. And then because we have 4 cylinders, let's talk about it this way.
Where are the
This-
hats?
This piston has ignition. We have combustion. It's going to push this piston down. Then this one has
Run from
ignition.
the
It's going to
tilting
push it
block.
down.
Okay, this is
Then
gonna
this
be,
one
this is-
has ignition.
Surely
It's
this is
gonna
gonna be
push it
fine.
down. Then this one
Okay,
has ignition.
yes.
It's going to push it down. And then this one is going to have ignition again. It's going to push it down. And that's how your engine will just keep turning and turning and turning and turning nonstop. Now, this is the beautiful part of this. This piston
Wild fish
is
activates
in the
his
intake
soldier's instincts and kills
stroke.
everyone.
It's about to
What did you
start
get?
pulling
A
the
helicopter
components
shooting
in.
with a sniper. I don't
This one
know.
just had combustion, so it's going to get pushed down. Now these 2 pistons, one of them is in its ignition cycle, one of them is about to start the intake, and that's how this firing order works.
Draco pillars
It
stay
is
out of their path.
beautiful
What?
how this works.
Come
You see how
on,
this,
give me
this
something
is
that-
when you spin your engine at
Wait a
3,000 RPM, or
still not
you
getting
are
that.
18 years
Oh.
old, you are an adult and you are racing your car down the street, which you shouldn't do that on public streets, and you're revving this engine at 6,000 RPM all the time. Every minute, which is 60 seconds, this crankshaft will do a full rotation, which the full
wanna
rotation
sacrifice
is
my hats. I don't
this
wanna
piston going up
still
and
have
going down back to the same position
10.
6,000
There we go.
times every 60 seconds. This looks like, how do engines last? This is the moment where we say thank you engineers for figuring this out. Look, mechanics and engineers usually don't get along, but we have to be truthful.
I need to get those
They
hats.
know what they're doing. This is how these engines are designed to run and run and run.
This is supposed to be the new challenge.
Here is the important things.
Help me with the graffiti.
This,
I gotta
which
do
we're going to take it out
hats.
in a little bit and you'll see it up close and personal,
I can't.
is sealed.
can't
There is 3
for
rings
now.
or
Come on, where?
piston rings
Where are the other hats? Where are the other hats?
that are sealing this chamber.
Okay, here's a hat.
And for you to get a better understanding of really what's going on, like how does this effect work,
come on, there
let me
need
do a
2 more
small
hats.
demonstration. We are looking at 2 cylinders. I hope you can see the outline of them.
Where are the 2
We got them
hats?
covered up with tape, just so you can
Ain't no
see
way I got sniped from
how
a
they do
dog.
this, so you can picture it. Every time the piston goes up, it's going to create compression. Every time it goes down, it's going to
Come
create
on.
suction. So watch as I turn the engine, what the tape's going to do.
How heavy?
See how this
How am I
one came
getting
up?
sniped by
This
these
was
dogs
compression.
and by these
Now it's coming down.
animals?
This one is coming down.
I swear to God, if you...
Now it's coming up. Funny sounds it makes. This is actually the compression. Watch this one
Oh, these...
when I push it very hard.
These graffiti... Oh, I have to stand... Okay, okay, here's
That
the
is
last
the
one, here's the last
compression. And this is the suction effect.
one. There we go.
Actually, it
Finally.
becomes really difficult to turn
Okay, I'm gonna
this
die,
engine
so-
because of the
I'm gonna-
obstruction.
I'm gonna die so I can start doing the other.
Eventually, actually blew.
Where's the
You see how it blew the tape?
Oh, there it
That's
is.
how strong this compression is, folks. It needs
Come
to be
on.
extremely strong
Come
to
on.
do this. Now that we picture how this works, let's talk about
Are
a
you
few
kidding me?
nuts and bolts things here.
Come on.
This round
Thank you.
is the cylinder itself. So the head gasket sits here. This is also a very precisely machined surface, so
Why do
it
I
would
hear
seal
a
on the
rat in the
gasket.
background?
Now,
What do you mean there's a rat
in
the
here,
background?
there's actually a liner, because this is an
Oh, I'm the
aluminum
last
block.
person now.
If you
That's
create
great.
that combustion on an
Tag
aluminum
over
block,
25
you
enemy
will
graffiti.
immediately
Oh.
fire a hole through it, and it'll wear down with the piston rings going up and down on it. So this is
What do
actually
you
a
mean?
steel
Why do you hear a
liner.
rat?
Now this particular engine is out of a Toyota. Some engines, this liner can be pulled out and replaced, and
Okay,
this
graffiti.
one cannot, because the way they cast this aluminum, they put the 4 steel
Of course, the
liners and
first
they
thing is gonna
cast
be
the
something
thing
that
around it, and they are
prevent me from
mechanically bonded together so they
being
wouldn't come out. So you cannot really replace
gonna be
these.
something
But the
immediately
wall
just prevent-
of the cylinder has a specific
Of course.
machining to it. And that is called a crosshatch pattern. And keep that in mind, because we're going to talk
Can I
about
get
this
this?
once we talk about the piston rings.
There.
This area, this cavity right here,
I
this
don't
is where
have any
coolant
rats
is to
going
cool
on in the
these down.
background.
Because remember, combustion creates a lot of heat, so you have coolant all the time here, cooling it. And then you also have oil passages around it, because in gasoline engines, coolant cools, oil cools as well. Most people forget that
I
part.
think it's the video.
Haven't
that is
looked
in
at all
background.
this and this beautiful thing
I don't know,
turning.
I don't know where you're getting rat from. It's supposed
How
to be an
do
engine.
this entire thing work?
It's
And
supposed
why
to be
do
an
these
engine.
come up and these come up together? How does this work? Let us flip this block and look how this entire thing works, and then we will take one of these pistons and tear it
Laser
completely
ra-
apart,
laser
so you can
rain.
see exactly how this creates this compression or pressure and the suction, and how does this exactly work. Welcome to the back of the cylinder block. This is where the magic happens. Let me spin it so you can actually see how this goes.
Graffiti, graffiti, graffiti. Where's the graffiti?
So what we were looking at from the other side, you
Come
see that
on.
piston
Oh, here's
right
the
there?
graffiti, here's the graffiti.
See how it's gonna come down and go up?
Come on, get me up
This
there.
part
Get me up.
right here,
Okay.
this is called the crankshaft. This is actually what outputs
why do you even get
the
hit
output
by?
of the engine, not the camshafts, because connected on the other
Here's
side
the graffiti.
is
This
the,
okay, here we go. Here's the graffiti.
whether it's manual transmission, automatic
think-
transmission, plane propeller, you name it, it's connected on this side.
Where's more? Okay, here's
This
another
side
graffiti.
is where your serpentine belt or drive belt will be. This is the harmonic balance. This is where the other side of it
Sorrowful,
is.
much
But
for
this is what actually
stars.
drives your car this way. It's the crankshaft that
Oh,
drives the
getting
car.
difficulty
Because
6 is
every
gonna
time,
be a
remember
pain
that
because I gotta
power
go
stroke we talked about, where the piston gets pushed up, is gonna push on this and turn it.
Thank you.
And that's what's going to create that output. And that's where the power of the engine is transmitted out. Now, you look at this. This just looks like a random piece of metal. Looks like a museum piece.
Oh,
But
thank you for
let's
that splash
take
damage. Thank
a
you.
look at the finer details of this. This is a crankshaft, and it's connected. Then it
thank you for
goes
telling me where
here,
the
then
spray
it comes
paint
back,
cans
then
are,
it goes here, it comes
finally.
back, and comes back here. But this is actually a separate part.
Okay.
And these
You
are called the
gotta be
main
joking.
caps. This is what bolts the crank to the block. And
I
these
lived. Why am I all the way over here now?
are called rod caps. This is what actually bolts
also, did you beat the Dead Rails
piston
challenges? They are a bit
to the
boring. You
crank.
can easily
Not
win
directly.
them just
We're going to
doing
take
a
one
regular
apart
one.
and talk about it.
I
So let me
almost
remove
did
one of
friends,
these,
but
and we'll
then
kind
I
of examine
died
it,
at the very
and then
last minute.
we'll continue from there.
I don't think I'm gonna do
This
that
is actually
again.
how this
I don't think I
piston
really
looks
want
like.
to do the.
This is called a
last-
connecting rod.
Oh.
This connects the piston
I know.
to the
Oh
crankshaft
no! I figured out what.
via
I
this
figured it out now.
round opening.
If you
which
live,
goes
you,
on
you
this.
live.
This is called
It gets.
a
I have to
crankshaft
survive
journal.
rounds of this.
This is where this
Gotta
would
survive
ride
multiple
on.
rounds
Kind of
of
looks
this.
like this when it's connected. So do you notice that this one has also a hole? Remember when we talked about the cam?
Oh.
This is the oil feed hole.
And
if
if
we
I
look
die,
at
I'm
this,
gonna lose all my progress.
we take this half out.
Oh. 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 No. Oh no.
It has actual
Oh,
rod bearings. These are little bearings, and you notice they also have that hole.
no. Are you?
So here's what's going to happen here.
Are you actually?
If we
are you
have this
actually kidding me?
metal
Why is there
on
one-
metal surface,
I can't.
just going at 6,000 RPM as you're racing your car, well, this is just going to wear out, and it's going to wear this out, and then everything will just
Close
explode.
call, yeah.
Actually,
What
that's
type of
not how
videos we
this
can-
goes. You have a thin
what?
film of oil that comes out of here and coats the inside of this and
What
the
kind
other
of videos
side.
can we?
So
can
they're
we
actually
expect
not
after the
making
takeover?
contact. They're not supposed to make contact.
I've been wanting to
There's
stream
supposed to be a
Forsaken
film
for
of oil
so
here
long.
that
You better
cools
not go my
these and
direction.
protects them from wear.
and you're going my
These
direction.
rod bearings, and you'll hear the term rod knock.
I've been wanting to do Forsaken for so long.
The rod knock is the
Die
knocking
of
sound
Death
that
is
the
now
rods will
becoming a
make
part
as they
is
go on
a
the
thing that I want to do
journal
too,
here
so I'm gonna be
when they
doing
are
some
when
Die
these
of Death as
completely wear out. Let's do a small demonstration of how that sounds like. Now when I turn this, you hear no noise. And this is solid. It's not going anywhere. I'm gonna remove one of these caps.
Where's the graffiti? Where are the graffiti?
Note, do not do this on an actual engine. This engine is junk. We are using it
Where's the
for
graffiti?
demonstration.
I need to do the graffiti. Oh,
I'm gonna
here's one.
remove these because this is basically what
on.
happens. You see how thin this is? If this wears down,
I'm definitely gonna
you
do that.
basically have this is gone. So what I'm gonna do
Avoid
here
UFO beams.
is I'm gonna remove them.
Oh. Oh,
And
there's
then
just ones that kill you.
Reinstall
That's great.
this.
Oh. Huh.
Never use power tool on engine. Remember, this is a non-running engine.
Okay, there's one
Now
over
watch
there.
this one. This one is solid. It's not moving.
Oh, never mind. There's still graffiti. There's still graffiti.
Hear
out
that
here. There's
noise?
still graffiti
And
out
watch
here.
when I turn the engine. Hear that noise?
Come on, get me up there. Get me up there. You know, never mind. I'll just jump.
That noise
Forsaken,
is a
time
rod
to
knock.
train my body skills for
Basically, your
for
car
queue
will be
time.
idling. You'll
Oh,
hear
God.
this. Now, eventually, what's
Okay.
going to happen is
Oh, chill.
the bearing will be completely gone.
I'm
This will start eating into this, and eventually,
I'm sick here.
either
I'm scared.
this will break, and this thing will come flying out and come out of the side,
Avoid
or
the lightning
this,
from above.
the hammering effect, this will break in half, rip, and go outside of the engine.
Is it gonna
Now
be,
when you hear the term rod
is it gonna be
knock,
specifically trying to
you know
strike?
exactly what that means.
Is it gonna specifically try to
That
smite me?
means this ugly sound.
Also, how am I supposed to get to the other side?
Now here's a cool thing here. You notice we talked about these, but we did not talk about
Are you
these caps. These are called the main caps. This is what holds the crank to
This
the
is so not fair.
block. And they also have bearings because we also have an oil hole right here that brings oil, so we would not have metal to metal contact. Now something about gasoline engines.
Open venom.
Usually when you have oil
40 graffiti
starvation
to summon
and you
the
run the engine low in
Doomspire.
oil, you have a problem with the pressure, it's always the rod bearings that will get destroyed before these. I mean, if you destroy a main bearing, we
Man.
are doing some serious stuff here. Because the way the oil flows in
Okay, I'm
engines,
gonna try one
it'll
more
flow
time,
to
and
the
if I
main
can't,
caps first,
at this
then
point I'm
through
starting to
the
hate the
crank,
background guy.
go here. So it'll flow from the block into
Yeah,
into
for
this,
sure.
then into this. So
For sure.
if you destroy this, this is long gone.
Okay, I have a timer.
That's how it
I have
usually
a
goes.
timer to-
Now we
how
talked
long
about all this, and you
till
see
the-
this journal. This is on the crank itself. I'm gonna pull this crank out so you can actually see
Come
it in
on,
person
you're already gonna
and see how it
hit me
looks
with
like. We
this?
got our
Okay,
crank
I'm gonna-
ready to come out. One thing I'll say about the crank, this seal, you see
Okay,
this
I'm
seal? I pop it out.
Oh god, that does a
This
lot.
is
of
your
damage. Give me-
rear main seal
give me
that
a-
when it leaks, you have to pull the transmission out or pull the engine out because it literally sits between the engine
This
and
is
this
already
is
a
where the
bad
transmission
seed. This
would be
is-
on that side.
It's
So how that
GG.
looks like.
It's GG.
And with that out, pull this out. And are you ready to say hello to the crankshaft? Very heavy part.
This is such a bad. This is already a bad scene. It's GG.
That noise we'll talk about in a second. This is how this crankshaft looks like. Isn't this a beautiful piece of engineering that other piece of love will also talk about?
Okay, I'm gonna.
Isn't
get out
this
now.
a beautiful
Can I-
piece of engineering?
Can I get out?
Just
Can I get,
look at
Can
this.
I get out?
I will put
Can I
this in
get
my dining
out?
room as a
Let me out.
as
Let
like
me.
a decoration. I'm a car guy. Maybe
Let me back
maybe my
in.
wife will not think so as well.
Let me
But
back in.
this is a crankshaft. You notice
thing
how
is
it's
not gonna
stepped in a specific
that's-
way. These are the mains that hold it to the block, which by the way, here's that other bearing on
Oh,
the
I
other
can't
side.
touch
You notice
the
these are
rope.
much heavier duty bearings that they have a much larger oil passage through them.
Well, it's GG, chat.
And then the rods, much smaller. There's 4 of them. This is how a crankshaft is. And this other side of
Okay,
the
I'm gonna go on another
crankshaft
server. I'm gonna go to another.
is where if you have a manual transmission, where your
safe to
flywheel will
do.
connect. If you have an automatic transmission, this is where your flex
Okay, I'm gonna
brake will
go to the
connect,
Duke.
the
I'm gonna go
torque
back.
will
I'm
connect
gonna
to,
join a
and
party.
that's where the
Pray
output
that I can do
of the
25.
engine is.
Pray that the graffiti counts for unanimous.
Now, when we took this crank out, we had these 2
I'm gonna
very innocent
pray
looking washers
so hard
come out. See how much
That
wear
the
they have on
graffiti
them?
count.
These are
applies
called
for everyone
thrust
involved.
washers. Now, as you load this crank, every time, you see how it has a little bit of movement?
Because I am not. This is.
And it's specifically designed for
I'm
that.
already getting mad.
Every time you
I'm already
put,
getting mad.
like you push the piston down and you have like lateral movement, these are actually going
Am I
to
really gonna be stuck with
limit
only
that
another person- with
or
only one
hold the
person?
crank in place. They are wearable. They do wear with time, but you will rarely see these go out. Some engines, and this is another thing we'll talk about, some engines, these actually sit right here. We've seen cases where one of these or both fall out and they'll end up in the oil pan.
I'm getting pingust.
And here's what ends up happening. You'll have a very strange knocking sounds that sounds like this.
Okay, I get 10 minutes.
And people will think it's rod knock, they'll take the engine apart, they'll freak out about
You
it.
say to.
They'll
you
think
say
it's
to
a
keep
tensioner,
moving, but
think it's
then,
a
like,
heat
when I did
shield.
move,
It's actually one of these
I
fell out or
keep
wore
getting hit
off.
by cats and dogs. I think it's better for me to just.
This
stay
could
in
tear up the
one
engine
place.
very quickly. Now that we've talked about this, I'm gonna remove this.
Okay, the graffiti does count for everyone. That's good. That's good to know.
I want you to observe something.
I have to kill Doomspire.
Let me turn this a
like
little
this?
bit.
I have to get
You
40
see
of
these
these to kill
4
Doomspire?
jets that are facing
Oh.
the piston. This is where the piston would be, right here. These 4 jets are vital to engine operation. Folks, did you know that coolant
Oh,
is
how's
not
our
the only
Okay.
thing that cools down engines? It's actually oil. You remember the old engines? They were
this is
air
gonna be so good.
cooled,
This is
but it's actually the oil
this is
that
gonna be
cooled
so
it,
good.
and the air helped cool the oil.
Avoid aligning.
So these jets
Is it
are
instantaneous?
spraying
or is it,
oil
is it gonna
directly
be
at the back of
specifically
the,
striking me down?
piston to cool it down, because the combustion is happening right on top of it. They are
Okay,
vital
so it's random.
to the life of the engine.
Okay,
Some engines will
what's what
have
you're
2 jets,
Make it take. I
not
don't
just
know.
one, and they're precisely positioned where they spray a specific amount to cool that piston,
What hit me?
just so it would not overheat.
Oh, there's.
Speaking of the piston, let's go look at
Okay,
that
buddy.
closely and see how that is a huge, important
Chance
part
of
of this
durability usage.
beautiful piece of machine. Here's a piston. Now let's talk about this, because this, to me, is the magic part.
Okay, so there are lightning clouds.
This is the piston
that
itself,
strike.
and it
Okay,
does have multiple components to it. Now this is an assembled one. Let me bring one that we took apart so you can see. This is how this actually looks like. So you have a wrist
Okay, I
pin,
got another.
which looks like this. That's not completely
Yeah,
worn
this
down.
one, this one's gonna be easy.
This
but
goes
here's
through
a-
here, goes through here,
Okay, it's coming. Okay,
and
now
then
it's
comes
random.
out the other
Is it
side,
random
and
or
then
is it
there's
going
2
in the
little
direction? Yeah, okay,
rings
it's
that
random.
lock it in place. Normally, they will
Getting
do
sniped
this.
by a star is crazy.
They have a little bit of movement. That is normal. People have taken engines apart that have no business of doing so, and they look at this and they're like, well, this is making a lot of noise. That is normal. What this allows the piston to do, as it's going up, and then the crankshaft turns direction to come down, it allows it to swing
Okay.
back and forth. This is just a beautiful thing. This is a rod. And the bearing is here, piston on this end. Now here's what
Become
can
more
cause
resistant to
issues with
getting
these rods.
flung, it says.
Usually the rods, believe it or not, are sacrificial.
Get
in
more
an engine.
resistant
Same thing with the bearing
from
on it.
Getting
So you want
flung,
to
it
protect the
says.
crank. If, for example, you drive your car through a giant puddle of water and the engine takes in water, the water is going to come
Okay,
here.
nice, grab it
Now,
down.
you can compress air. You cannot compress liquid. And if you get large amounts of liquid here, this will try to compress it and it'll just dead stop. So what's going to happen is this, let's think it's going to do what this does. It's going to literally bend.
I'm gonna lose.
And when
it.
this bends, it's
genuinely
no
gonna
longer
lose.
going to make it all the way up, and you'll have all kinds of problems.
I can't even
Or,
help do the.
if
No,
this
no, that
seizes
won't
all
work
of a
out.
sudden and this try and push on it, this will literally break in half. That's what this does.
How do?
So when an
am I-
engine
how do-
threw a
how do I-
rod,
huh?
that's a term you will hear, this broke
How
and
do
just
I
went
die?
sideways, broke the cylinder, and just came out of the side of the engine. That's what an engine that threw a rod through this. But let's get the distraction out of the
Can
way
I
and let's
jump
focus on the most delicate part of an engine. The piston rings. Which, did you notice that this one just broke? That's actually one of the problems of this particular engine. These piston rings, there's 3
This
of them.
is-
1, 2,
this is
3. The top 2,
How is it? How is this gonna be the death
Take
of
them
me
out.
already? This challenge is gonna be the death of me already.
these are the compression rings. This is what seals this
Already.
this piston as it goes up and down in the
Natural
cylinder
regen triggers
to create that compression.
10%.
Second one is also a second one that does the same thing. The third one is called an oil control ring.
Okay,
I
can
think
do
this one will not come in one piece.
I can. Easily
And we'll just rip it out, and that's okay because it's broke. This third ring, which now is in 2 pieces, does. Do you remember that jet that was spraying here all the time? Well, that oil eventually gonna splash and want to stay on the cylinder walls. This scrapes it down as we go. So we would not have oil inside the combustion chamber, which now is gonna basically, your car is gonna start burning oil. See, we've talked about oil consumption in a video detailing why they do that. Why engines burn oil? It's not these two.
Speak oil. Oh,
if you have no compression in the cylinder because of the rings, these two will be to blame. But if you burn oil, it's actually the third one that does this. So this has a spring. See if I can get it out so you can see it. This spring sits. These are actually 2.
Okay,
now
one.
These are no longer 2, but these are actually 2 rings, and this one sits in between them. And it pushes. So if you look here, it's extremely difficult to see it because this is why this engine is used as a demo. There are holes here.
Oh, thank you for telling me where they are.
Every time the piston is going down, it's actually going to create pressure downwards. And when you have that oil pushed in here, it's actually going to push this ring out and scrape the oil down from the cylinder wall, so we wouldn't leave it there and then burn it. When this gets seized from many reasons, this is one of them, this will no longer be able to scrape the oil down. And then another thing could happen. These little passages here will get clogged, and then they will no longer push this out, and then nothing happens. Now, let's talk about other things with pistons. We're not get too much into it, but remember that mixture that we talked about of a perfect amount of fuel and a perfect amount of air which has oxygen in it. The perfect mixture, let's call it in the middle. Okay. You can go either way. When you go more fuel, less air, you go to a mixture that's called rich. What the rich mixture is going to do is you're going to dump so much fuel here that it's too much for the spark plug to ignite all of it. So some of it will actually trickle down and come out of the exhaust. That is called a rich mixture.
Okay, give me more
rich mixtures lower the temperature of the piston.
Nice.
So have you ever have gasoline in your hand? I don't encourage you to do so. But if you ever had that experience, it actually has a cooling effect. And that's what it does when you have a rich mixture. You're going to cool things down, but at the same time, you're going to build up some carbon. Because all that unburned fuel is just going to linger, and the next cycle is going to get burned, but it's too much, and it'll leave deposits, and now we have all kinds of problems. The second kind of edge of the spectrum, too much air, too little fuel. That is a dangerous mix, because when you have too little fuel, too much oxygen, you're actually gonna cause a lean condition. Lean conditions in an engine are like a torch. That's the best way I can explain it. If you ever used an oxyacetylene torch, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Too much oxygen in a combustion will create a very hot flame that will actually melt the piston. Now, we're not talking about you got a small code for system lean, and we're talking extreme cases where the computer cannot control it. It will literally melt this piston, like some of these pictures you see here. It will melt this piston because this piston is aluminum, special kind of aluminum, but it's still aluminum. It's designed to run at optimum operating conditions, not the torch of the lean condition.
Come on, join.
Let's talk about a few things with gasoline engines that you should know about.
Why are they?
The pattern is called crosshatch. If it is lost, the oil rings will no longer be able to clean that surface. That's one thing about them. And the best part is what wears down the crosshatch is the oil control ring when it seizes. It's supposed to move as we go, and when it doesn't, it just starts wearing in one area, and you have loss of crosshatch, and we no longer have the ability to scrape that oil down, and the engine starts burning oil. Oil, by the way, of course, oil is derived from the same place, crude oil. So you start to have elevated levels of hydrocarbons, and eventually it's cause all kinds of issues. Believe it or not, engines that burn oil actually run slightly cooler than engines that don't. And the way you know an engine burns oil, if you're like, take the spark plugs and send the camera in, easiest way to know, of course, if you have cylinder wheel damage, well, you know that that engine potentially burns oil. But there's one telltale sign, which is
so many people, but nobody's joining.
Reading the piston. See, this one has so much carbon that this is a different case. But if you look at a piston, you look like a 4-cylinder engine. If you have a coolant issue getting in here, see, coolant is a mixture of water and ethylene glycol in most cases. Ethylene glycol is the part that causes the antifreeze part, and water is just water. It's to cool things down.
Oh, no.
If you have water here, or coolant in that case, that water will steam up. It'll become like a pressure washer. It'll wash the face of this piston perfectly clean. And if you look at all the pistons, one of them looks very clean and the rest of them look dirty, or not dirty, just like this. You know that you have cooling going into a cylinder. And if you have, I wish we had a better example. This particular engine has a lot of issues. If you have only the edges are clean, but the rest of it is not, that is actually the same effect, but of oil. Oil will actually start steaming this and just washing the edge of it. That is called ring wash. That's when the ring is not able to scrape the oil down and it's evaporating here and kind of cleaning this edge only. If you see that, this engine burns oil 100%. Now, how much? That is the question. But if you see that edges are clean, but the rest of it is normal, you're burning oil. Now, let's talk about a few other little things with engines. This is the most basic form of how an engine works, but let's talk about the things you will run into as an average Joe driving your car every day, now that you know more about this engine. Occasionally, you'll drive your car and you accelerate, and you hear this just strange rattling noise, and then it'll go away. Sometimes accompanied by smoke. That is called knock, ignition knock, or pre-detonation. Either way. Let's talk about the most basic form of that. So we want, now that we understand how this whole thing works, we want that mixture to be ignited for our combustion to start at a specific point. No later, no before, exactly at the right time. As the piston is coming up, we want to ignite that mixture and then push that piston down.
Why is it taking this long to get local data?
In the power stroke.
I was just
if you, for example, have a piece of carbon that got too hot, and that was hot enough to ignite your mixture before time, that's called pre-ignition. You're gonna pre-ignite the mixture at the wrong time. So what that's gonna do is gonna cause something like this.
Oh no, that's just...
It's gonna rock that piston as it's going up because it ignited at the wrong time. And this is where we're slightly gonna go into the fuel conversation. See, engines have a compression ratio. Usually high performance engines will have a higher compression ratio so they can have more power. That's how you make more power out of an engine. Give it more compression, more air, more fuel, either or a combination of. That's how you make an engine make more power. So high compression engines, things are elevated. You have more compression, you have more fuel going in, you have kind of a more aggressive thing is happening.
It's no longer
so
it's no longer a good game.
The
Something if it'll
temperatures
happen
are
is no longer
much
a good
higher in a high compression engine on top of the piston and in the combustion chamber than that of a lazy family car that is just meant to drive at normal
Something
speeds
if
and
it'll
look
happen
good.
is no
So
longer
when
a
you
good
have
game.
all that
Time to play
extra
the better
heat
game.
and you
Time to
send
play
that
the far better
gasoline in
survival
here,
game.
well, if it's too
Natural
hot, that
survival
gasoline
game.
will just
Natural survival.
combust whenever it feels like it because it's simply too hot. And this is where you put premium fuel. So premium fuel, let's talk about it for really quickly here. Premium fuel, it's a more stable fuel. So it will not ignite only from a little bit of higher temperature. You have to have an ignition source. It's more stable. Less volatile is the word for it. So when you have these extreme temperatures because of this high compression and things are on high alert, that fuel will be more stable. It'll be like, no, I will not ignite from this little high temperature. I will wait for that spark plug. But all of a sudden you put regular gas in a car that's designed to run on premium fuel and you will have detonation all day long. And what's going to happen is this will keep rocking and rocking and rocking and rocking. Eventually you're going to wear your cylinder walls and
A good game.
we're going
Finally,
to
a
have
good
major
game.
problems.
Arsenal.
But equally, if you
That's
put
gonna
premium
that's
fuel
gonna be
in a regular
fun.
car,
Defeat
well, the
5
temperatures
enemies
are low.
without dying.
So
Okay, never mind. I'm cooked.
fuel will come in, will ignite with the spark plug, and the same thing will happen.
GG Chad, I'm cooked.
I just wanted you to understand why putting
Kill-
premium fuel in a regular car does absolutely nothing, but
Kill
costs
5
you more.
enemies.
So now you know that part. Now, engines do have a protection for this, modern
Kill-
engines. Something called a knock
GG Chad, I'm
sensor.
cooked.
It's a little microphone, actually. It's nothing fancy. It's literally a microphone. Sits right here. It's actually the place for it in this particular engine. It's listening for a specific frequency that this piston will make when it starts
it's
rocking
an
back
auto.
and forth. When it hears that, it's going to send a signal to the computer. The computer knows, ooh, we have
How am I supposed to kill
things are happening at the
5
wrong
people
time.
without dying?
It's going to either
That's the...
back off the ignition timing, which will calm things down, which we're now
this is
we're
awesome.
going to kind of ignite later, cool things down, try to lower the temperatures to control this rocking before it destroys things. Now, this happens for a
I
little
got
bit.
one tapped.
It's okay, but if it happens all day long, we have a problem. And some cars, you'll notice when they do that strange sound,
This is AK.
you'll hear for a little bit, it'll go away, but you need to feel the car kind of underpowered. Well, why does that noise happen to begin with? Carbon on the pistons and the valves and in the combustion chamber, or
I healed,
poor
right? I can
quality
heal.
fuel is usually what does that. Poor
I
spark plugs.
heal.
Spark plugs have a lot of carbon on them and you haven't changed them in a very long time. There's many reasons, but
I
bottom
get
line
one
is you hear that
tapped.
sound,
How am I supposed to
This
get
is not
5
good.
kills without
you should
5 kills?
look into it. Sometimes
I'm
it's
getting
inevitable
one
and it will
tapped.
happen as engines age and everything, but if it's continuous and it doesn't stop, something is terribly wrong and you should look into it. And lastly, I want to clarify one thing. There are 2 types of things that will rock your piston back and forth. I just want to clarify this because the language can be confusing. You have knocking and you have pre-ignition. Pre-ignition
what
is
is
when
this?
the piston's still coming up
It takes
and
like
you have
50
ignition before
takes
it's supposed to happen. That's called pre-ignition. Knocking is when the spark plug ignites the mixture and all of a sudden you have a second
This
ignition
is-
from the side. Either it's a piece of carbon that got loaded with fuel
Can
or
I
whatever the
server
case
hop?
may be.
Can I
That
server-
is
is there an easy
knocking.
way to server
Now
hop?
the
Because
knock
I'm
sensor
not
can
getting
pick both of
5
them,
kills from
but it's really
this.
meant to detect the secondary ignition because we're not supposed to pre-ignite on a normal healthy engine, but sometimes you will have that
gonna try to
secondary explosion that kind of rocks everything. As the piston now is coming down, you don't want more combustion. All of a sudden that combustion comes up and rocks the piston as it's coming down. We don't want that. I just wanted to clarify the two because they're often confused and they have multiple names with mechanics, so these are the 2 terms for them and this is what they mean. And this is how a gasoline engine works. Pretty fascinating,
Okay,
isn't
this
it?
seems a little bit more.
I've had the absolute privilege
tolerable.
of being able to work on
Also,
these
where's my
engines
gun?
for a very long time and experience them, and after some time of working on them it becomes kind of like
Why do I...
the norm. You're just
Why am
used
I
to it. But every
supposed-
once in a while, we just
Okay, this is
stop as a
awesome.
new engine it comes out and we're looking into it. We stop and just, wow, things have come a long way with gasoline engines,
Oh,
folks, and
wow,
it's
kill,
always
fine.
fascinating to me. As many thousands of engines that I've been into and working on, it's still fascinating to me. And I hope now you have a better understanding of how exactly these four strokes happen
am I
and how
supposed to get
this
up?
beautiful piece of engineering works. Folks, I hope this video is helpful and informative.
How
I
am I supposed to
hope
get
you're doing
5
something new.
kills?
If you like it, consider giving it a thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, consider subscribing to the channel. Check out some
That does
other
not count as a
videos.
kill.
Until the next video, folks, may the Lord bless you and keep you, and you have yourself a wonderful day.
Why couldn't this been a... Why couldn't this been a campaign challenge or something with a story challenge?
And in case you are wondering, what will we do with this engine after we're done with this video, which is basically a junker, we're going to turn it into a bongo. Listen to this. There you go. The gasoline engine is one of the greatest inventions
I can't
in human
touch
history
anyone.
that
I
still
can't-
propels us today.
Get us...
But do you ever wonder how it actually works behind the scenes?
Can't do anything.
Well, in today's video, we just happened to stumble across this engine, which we will use to show you not only how the operating theory is, but how things actually work behind the scenes right after this. So before we dig into this engine and find how things work behind the scenes, let's talk about the very basics of engine operation. This is a four-stroke gasoline engine. Every gasoline engine needs four things to run. You need gasoline for the combustion. You need air, or more importantly, oxygen in the air, which is going to help that combustion. And then you need something to compress them. And of course, you need to ignite that mixture using the spark plug. So they would combust and create that power that propels this engine forward. So here is how things will work in theory. This is a four-stroke engine. That means it has four strokes. And those strokes are intake, compression, power, and exhaust. And the way this works is intake is when the mixture of fuel and air goes into the engine, and then the compression stroke is when this mixture is going to get compressed. Here we have the three things that happen. When you compress this mixture of gasoline and air, or specifically oxygen, you're going to create that combustion, which is going to create like kind of a gas that's going to come out from that combustion that's going to push and create that power stroke. And that's what's actually going to start rotating this engine. And then all this combustion gases that are just sitting there, they exhaust in the four-stroke, and then we repeat. Now this is for one cylinder. This particular engine is a four-cylinder engine. So this cycle is going to happen for each individual cylinder. And that's how you get that continuous flow. So this is what it's called, the firing order. Cylinder one's going to fire, then four, then two, then three, and then we repeat. It's just going to keep going. That way you don't have one cylinder firing and then we kind of lose our momentum, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one. No, they're designed to continuously run, so you always have a consistent power band. That sounds all great, but how does this actually happen behind the scenes is where we're going to dig into this motor and find out exactly how that works.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna put up.
So before we dig into how it works, let's label the components, understand what are we looking at here, because this is not one piece. This is multiple pieces, and some folks will say there's thousands of parts to an engine.
If you guys got a good game, feel free to suggest it.
Let's talk through them.
Feel free to suggest a good game.
This is the top of the engine, this is the front of the engine, and that is the back. This part right here is called the valve cover. So it's just a cover that keeps the oil inside. That's all it does. It has the oil fill cap, has a few other components. That's all it does. It just covers things at the top. Then you have the cylinder head. This is one of the most critical, most delicate parts of an engine. This is what allows the mixture to go in and go out the exhaust. We're going to dig into it and we're going to take it apart and you'll see every little part of it. This part is a cylinder block. This is where your compressor is. This is where the pistons live, and this is what actually compresses that mixture, and then the mixture pushes it down for the power stroke, and then it comes up again to push the exhaust, and then as it goes down, it pulls the mixture in. This is not making sense right now, but when we take it apart, you'll see it how it does that, and it will all make sense. But let's just cover the parts so you know how they look like. This part at the bottom is called a stiffening case. It's literally just an extension of the engine, just to have that area where the oil sits. And this very bottom piece is the oil pan, and this is what contains the oil of the engine. Now, let's start peeling the layers, and we'll see how this works.
I can't touch it because I'm dog water out.
Let's start peeling our first layer. This is the valve train. This is a very simple engine. Things get a lot more complicated from here, but we chose this engine for a purpose. This is a dual overhead cam. These are the camshafts, and they are sitting on top of the cylinder head. That's the identification of that style. There is multiple designations. There's single overhead, there is not overhead, there's a lot of different configurations, but this particular one, which is the most common one in modern cars, dual overhead cam. So what is a camshaft? All this does is it synchronizes the strokes of the engine. When are we going to allow that mix of air and gasoline into the engine? And when are we going to allow that exhaust to come out? I'm going to try one more game. So I'm going to turn this engine as if it was running, and I want you to watch what things are doing here.
And regardless if I get win this or not, I'm going to do 10 minutes of studying, and then we'll go from there. We're going to.
Do you notice this particular peak? This is called a cam low, and it is kind of in a droplet shape. And the reason for that is every time this high, like pointy part goes down, it opens something called a valve. Every time a round part goes over it, it is closed. Now these valves are what's going to open to either let the gasoline mixture and air mixture in, or it's going to, on the other side, is going to let the combustion gases go out in the exhaust. And when they are both closed, we are in the compression stroke, because you have already the mixture inside the combustion chamber, which we're going to look at in a little bit, and you are compressing it. So if you have one of the valves open, it's just going to come out, nothing will happen. So you have three stages of this. They're either open on one side, closed on the other, open on one side, closed on the other, or they're both closed. Now there are cases, we're not going to get too complicated into, there are cases where this is delayed and that's delayed. We're not going to get into that. We're going to keep things simple because they're actually a lot more complicated. So here's what's going on in this entire picture. Each cylinder in this particular engine, it's 16 valve engine, 4-cylinder. You have 4 valves per cylinder, and this is the separation of the cylinder. Do you see how you have 2 lobes here and 2 lobes here? This is the intake side and this is the exhaust side. The camshaft will always spin half the speed of the crankshaft. So if you're driving your beautiful car at 1500 RPM, this is spinning at 750 RPM. This is how this works. The camshaft will always spin slower, and what this does, the way the lobes are orientated is according to the firing order. Well, we did the 4 strokes here, but at the same time, the 4 strokes are happening somewhere else, and somewhere else, and somewhere else. They're in different phases of each other. But we're going to actually focus on one cylinder only. Right now, both of them are closed, and this is the beginning of the cycle. Watch the cycle on the intake side first. This is the intake. I'm going to turn the engine. Do you see how the intake is opening? The pointy part of
Wait a second, I got the
the
500
lobe
points.
is down. Now we are taking in the intake mixture. We're going to continue.
I got the 500 points.
This part is actually the compression. You see how they're both closed? Pointy part here, pointy part here. The compression is happening. And then, watch what's going to happen here. We're going to open the exhaust valves. Now we're letting that gas out. And then as we let it out, we're getting ready to start the cycle all over again. Do you see how that works? But how is it actually doing that? See, this part right here, this is called a timing chain. You have two styles in engines. You have either a timing chain, a metal chain that synchronizes everything so all these four cylinders would do what they're supposed to do at the correct time, or you have a timing belt. This particular engine is a chain. We're not going to get too much into that part of the design, but let's see, how does this actually happen? And what is this pointy part? What is it actually pushing against, and how is that mechanism working? And in order to do that, we're going to remove all the chains, we're going to remove the camshafts, we're going to look at the camshafts outside, and then we're going to remove the cylinder head, which contains the valves that do this, and see how that works up close and personal. So, let's take a look at the camshafts up close. Do you see those lobes? That's how these look like. You see how they're not in the same orientation, because
Aren't you supposed to come back?
one corresponds to a certain phase in that four-stroke for that particular cylinder, so they will not be the same, and they are engineered that way to work in that order. Now let's take these out. Look at the area where they sit. So this camshaft is just a piece of metal that is spinning. I mean, if you're driving your car at the highway 3,000 RPM, this is spinning at 1,500 revolutions per minute. That's a lot. And how do you not have this metal piece and this metal piece get destroyed? Here's how that works. This is called a journal. This part has a hole in it. See that little innocent looking hole? That's actually an oil hole. So what's going to happen is oil will come out to this tiny little hole, put a film of oil on top of this, which then is going to end up here and on this little cam cap that sits here. That film of oil here will actually prevent wear between these two metals, because they will actually not be touching each other. They will be riding on a thin film of oil here that keeps this lubricated, cools it down, and not allow this metal to metal contact. That is pretty cool how that works. Now we talked about the cam lobes pushing down, but what is it pushing down on? Let's just take this cam out of the way. Let's take a look. What is it pushing on? Because this just looks like a flat surface. But see, the thing with gasoline engines is they warm up and they cool down. And what happens to metal when you warm it up? It expands, you cool it down, it contracts. So if we just put this cam here, what's going to happen when this metal surface heats up, expands, this metal surface heats up and expands, and they're just going to be fighting each other? Or when this metal surface cools down significantly and this metal surface cools down significantly and they shrink, well, there's going to be a giant gap. So how is that going to work? That is called valve clearance. It is something pre-calculated by the engineers that designed it, where we want this valve clearance not to be too tight, where this valve will potentially be pushed down all the time and open, and we can't have our power stroke anymore, where both of them are closed.
Let me out of here.
Neither is going to be super loose, where
how do I get out?
We're not going to be able to open our valve all the way and allow that beautiful gasoline and air mixture to go in, or the exhaust to go out. So they set it as specific clearance that allows for both cases to work. This is called a manual valve
enjoying
clearance
this round?
engine.
Yeah,
And this
the round is already
particular
done.
engine is
Problem
that
I don't know how to
more
get
modern
out.
engines and more sophisticated engines will have automatically adjusting
Did I get the challenge? I'm gonna
valve
check to get the
clearance.
challenge.
What they'll do there is they'll have a little plunger that
I
is
hope I
oil
did the
pressured.
challenge because
When the gap gets smaller, it'll ease up to allow for that expansion. When the
I
gap
get the
gets big, because the engine is cold, it's gonna pump up and take that gap between the cam low and the valve. But this is actually
I
not
did.
the valve.
I got 900.
This is a little
Okay.
bit of an older design on this particular engine. This is called a
I got
bucket.
900 points.
And
How
the
did
way
I
you
not get
adjust
this?
valve clearance on this particular engine,
Okay,
you see the inside of this bucket?
Before I do it again.
This is actually a numbered
I'm gonna have
bucket, so the distance between this
I'm gonna have
inside
to study
and the
for 10
outside
minutes.
can be changed by the number that is stamped on this bucket, which is just the distance.
I was
You
already
can
gonna
see
do the
that
beginning,
number. I don't
stream,
know if
but
it's
now
clear
that I'm
inside.
actually
There's a number
doing it, I gotta
corresponds to a certain thickness of this.
Every challenge attempt.
But this is the
I'm
actual
gonna do
valve
10 minutes of study.
that this is
regardless if I'm gonna
pressing,
lose.
which
So
in
for game,
turn,
like, doors are gonna be
the camshaft lobe
infuriating.
is
They're
pushing
gonna-
on to
every
open
attempt is
and
gonna
close
be
the
another
valves.
10 minutes
That
of
is
use.
the most basic operation. But wait a second, what is this little fancy looking thing here? Let us take the cylinder head out of this engine, take a valve out, and let's just take a look at it and see how that looks like. Now here are the valves we were just looking at. These actually look like this inside. This is a spring. So remember when we were looking at the cams, they push on this. Well, what's gonna return it to close it? This is called the valve spring. It's just a spring that has a specific tension, depends on the engine. So it would return the valve to the closed part. And speaking of the valve, this is a valve. It's fully assembled. And here's what holds this valve in place. If you look at the tip here, there's this retainer, and then inside this retainer, there's actually two little locks. I'm gonna get them out. These tiny little locks, which are called keepers. What these locks do, if you look at the tip of the valve, you have this little groove. These also have a tiny little groove that will go right there and get locked in that groove where it's not going anywhere. And then this retainer will come up and lock it in place. And that's what you're looking at here. These are all locked in place. Here's how that spring looks like. And here's how the valve looks like. Now here's the interesting thing about these valves. This is called the stem. This is the valve face. This is actually facing the combustion chamber, which we're going to look at here at the top, the combustion chamber. In this area, you have oil. In the combustion chamber, we do not have oil.
The audio from the engine video to the audio for Khan Academy that I'm using to study. Mainly because the engine video is making me lose brain cell. The engine video is making me lose brain cells. It doesn't make whatever's going on over there is making me lose brain cells. I'm gonna move over here. Okay, swap the audio background sound to. Why is there so many apps open? Here we go. Okay.
culturally specific. This feels like it's directly text, so I'm not sure this follows logically supports the premises. Certainly doesn't seem to make the argument. And choice D, explaining the joke at such length that it is no longer. It's a lot like choice A, explaining the joke, translating the context, and we're instances where that doesn't happen. We can knock this one out too. So choice B is our answer. Two of the things I did in this work example. Gotta keep it specific. Choice C moved the goalposts to jokes that were still culturally specific, and that broad scope of the argument, something not discussed in the text. If a choice strays from the point, it eliminates it. And really, for transition words, for a sentence, that signal transition. You know, where that pivot help you? Setting up semicolon help. Questions can seem linked. The tools, skills to take them. So go forth in confidence. Look out there, test takers. Got this.
Oh yeah, by the way, but at the end of the stream, I'm gonna take a test, another practice SAT test. Depending if I'm not gonna leak myself or not, which I'm sure I'm not gonna end up leaking myself for showing the app that shows the test. You guys, I will show the me doing the test live. And why is this video not playing? Okay. Okay, based on those things, Vice versa, if I've been discussing the banjo lesson, therefore tend to conflate political views of those contemporaries. Normally assume that print was intended as a critique of his fellow artist. Forego analyzing Tanner's painting in favor of analyzing his political activity, which is good to standard, I mean, that is appropriate. Okay. Okay, so this passage, according to the video, is having a painting that is both made in the past and is made somewhere else where politics are completely are potentially very different. There are there's an answer that says tend to conflate Tanner's political views with those of his contemporaries. I guess contemporaries is other people related. Wrongly assumes Tanner's painting was intended as a critique of his fellow artist. Further analyzing Tanner's painting in favor of analyzing a political activity. Misjudging by Tanner's painting. But I think it's gonna be either C or D, chat. Gotta like the 10-minute timer is over, but I'm gonna figure this out. Okay. Scholars should be careful with it. They tend to forget, and they do something wrong. So we're talking about something that they do. Risking injuries that may not be super. It could be D because it's based on the past and different. It's already different. That encourages it's different. It's like unrelatedness to now. Virgo analyzing painting in favor of analyzing his political activity. I guess it's supposed to be based on politics, but it's not their politics. The critics, the scholars is. I'm gonna say D. What is he yapping about? Words said by a knowing organism. Yeah. Let's go. I got it. He's crossing out everything. A, B, and C is wrong in this one, and it's D. I got it right, chat. W. I'm him, chat. Oh, so are you guys able to hear the video? Yeah, we got another one. We got another one. I'll read it out. Names best-selling novel List of Crows, set in a fictional world inspired by early modern Europe, follows the story of notorious criminal Kaz Brecker as he musters a team of outlaws and misfits to pull off an impossible heist. Assembling a team is no easy task, and Brecker must navigate the blank, making the process a lot more difficult. Which choice completes the text, so informs the function of standard English. So this is like some kind of grammar. This is some kind of a grammar thing. There's recruits competing interests. Apostrophe S on recruits. Okay, so it's only really changing apostrophes. Must navigate the recruits' competing interests. Recruits' competing interests. Recruits' competing interests. Or recruits' competing interests. I don't know if I made that any easier to understand. Okay, so recruits is plural. Okay, so recruits is plural. And it's referring, in the interest is referring to what the recruits have. So the apostrophe has to be at the end of the word recruits. Because it's multiple, it's plural recruits, and it's referring to something that they have. Apostrophe has to be at the very end of the word. Making the process. Interest doesn't have anything that's any belonging, so it has to be only one apostrophe on the end of the word recruits. I'm gonna say C, recruits is competing interest. Let's go. I got the answer. I got the answer. I got the answer. Chad, I got the answer. I'm him, Chad. I'm him. Okay, back to the game. Back to actually doing the challenge. I'm not going on private mode just to do this, by the way, so just join the public lobby, this public lobby, before I start. Why is there a green bean? Who are these people joining me? Who are these people? Okay, get 500 points. Get 500 points again. Oh, great. What even hit me? Can I hit? Can I do anything? And what do you mean I didn't hit? What do you mean I didn't hit anyone? God! I just need 75 points. Gotcha. Come on. 24 more. 25 more. Okay, I got the 500 points. Don't worry. Shut up. What on earth was that? Didn't I have the thing that's supposed to shield me from it? Okay. Please tell me I got the thing. Please tell me I got the... Okay, I did get the challenge. Good. What's the next challenge? Gain 1,000 points and eliminate a player in battle mode. I did get 1,000 before, right? Okay. Another 10 minutes. This time I'm doing a test. Okay, North America gray wolves usually have a mixed gray and white fur, but some species have a version of a gene variant that gives it mostly, but instead, Sarah, blah blah blah, and our team studied 12 populations of North American gray wolves. They found that the black-furred wolves are more common in areas and outbreaks of distempered virus happen regularly. The team also discovered that the black-furred wolves are into distemper than the gray wolves. Taken together, these findings suggest that. Okay. Okay, so black fur wolves are resistant to the virus, and they show more in those areas of so it has to be like gray wolves are able to. It's a evolutionary advantage. Gene variant that results in black fur may be linked to immunity to December virus. Okay, I got that right. Microbes that live in the shallow lakes and ponds produce methane, a harmful greenhouse gas. Ralph and his team has wanted to see how different types of shallow water plants may affect the amount of methane escape the atmosphere. Appin's team set up water tanks in the soil, microbes build palms. Some tanks had a type of underwater plant that grows in the soil called watermill foil. Other tanks either duckweed and type the plant was flat, and teams found that tanks and duckweed and algae release aerosols methane in tanks and water foil. Okay. Duckweed and algae produces methane in tanks. Watermill foil does not. These are shallow lakes. Shell lakes and ponds are most likely to contain algae, then... Shell lakes and... shell lakes and ponds produce methane. Algae and... algae and duckweed produces methane. Watermill does not as much. Shell lakes and shell lakes and ponds more likely to have contain algae than to contain either watermill or duckweed. Shell lakes and ponds release more methane in deeper bodies of water than there's no deep water. Presence of some kind of underwater plants like watermelon oil helps prevent methane from escaping shell lakes and ponds, and having a mix of algae, waterwater plants, floating is the best way to reduce the... Okay, it has to be C. Okay. I'm him, chat. Off-Broadway theaters emerged in the late 1950s as a rebellion against mainstream Broadway theaters in New York, freeing artists to create productions that were more experimental than typical Broadway shows. One such artist was playwright Maria Working with Off-Broadway's theaters enables foreigners not only to direct her own plays, but also to direct them exactly as she intended them to be staged. Regardless of how strange the results might have seemed to audience accustomed to Broadway shows. Regardless of how strange the results might have seemed to audiences accustomed to Broadway shows, in this way foreigners... Okay, rebellion to mainstream Broadway's... Artist can do whatever they want, and this artist does... Foreigners does do... directs their own plays. Okay, so... Foreigners is part of the rebellion. It has to be part of the rebellion. And okay, what do you answer? Would have been more famous if she had created plays. No. Organize the staging often up to play more complicated than staging Broadway play. No. Plays that could have been too expensive to produce if someone had to illustrates the artistic purpose offered by off-Broadway theaters. Has to be D. Okay, I'm in chat. 3 in a row. One aspect of in-person shopping that online shopping can't replicate is the opportunity to touch the product before buying. Yeah. I agree with that. Does this replicate matter? Does this matter in experiment? Researchers touch a mug and a toy, while the other group derive from touching the two items. When they ask how much money to pay for the items, people who touch the items are willing to pay more money than we're not allowed to touch the items. To suggest that retailers within person should charge the same. That's irrelevant. Online retailers may be able to raise the prices if they charge the products more that are available online. Online did not the idea for the test of online did not say anything. Who are less willing to buy. People who mainly shop online spend more money every month. No, that's irrelevant. In-person shopping may make products seem more valuable than they seem if they... I guess D? Yeah. I'm him, chat. I did it. Also, you know what? I'm gonna separate the tab. I'm gonna separate the browser tabs so then I can... is there anything... Okay, there's no information about the timer. So I'm gonna put it up here. I'm gonna put the timer up here, and then I'm gonna show the Khan Academy. There shouldn't... Yeah, you guys... I'm sure you guys know, see my first name. Okay, I'm gonna change the screen from that to this. And now, wait, hold on. Does this show my... Okay, that doesn't show my bookmarks. Okay. Now you guys can see me test whenever I do it. Unit test. 10 questions in 10 minutes. You know what? I'm gonna save the unit test for next round. I'm gonna save the unit test for next round. Oh, we're gonna do another challenge. I'm gonna show you guys me doing the other challenge, the next challenge. There we go. Gain 1,000 points and eliminate a player in a battle mode. We go. We're gonna need more people than just 2. Thank you. This might, some of these people are gonna be dropping like flies. Okay, there. That seems a little bit better. That seems better. I hope the kill, the thing, isn't like I have to do the final blow, I just have to hit someone enough times. I hope that... Oh wait, I can jump? Hold on, I could jump? What hit me? Like, actually? I can't do... I'm going too fast, I can't do a thing! I don't know what I'm doing. What am I supposed to do about that? That's the wrong way. Okay, people are going this way, so I gotta figure out how to get over to the rest of the people. What am I supposed to do? This is just an endurance test. Bro. Oh, come on. Then I have to wait for everyone to die? Also, what is this camera view? Oh, this is disgusting. Why am I getting more points? How did I get 500 points? This is so confusing. This camera angle's disgusting. I'm just gonna leave. Okay, another attempt. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna use the bathroom before we do it again. Before we run back. Hold on. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Oh, what? No. According to Twitch chat. Am I getting people on Twitch? I'm gonna check Twitch. Are there people on Twitch? Oh yeah, well guys, by the way, Chad, I got a Twitch. Enjoy whatever chaos shows up, goes on in the lobby. I'm gonna use the bathroom. And that is not... Oh, look at that, I'm getting freaking leaked. God. Okay. 10 minutes. Okay, for centuries, Polynesian warfare studied the Pacific Ocean and using the stars, currents. Okay, today we found modern GPS for the solar panel. Nonetheless, I continue to practice technique. Okay, so Polynesians. Okay, Polynesians used to use natural things, and now they use GPS and natural things. So these, there's some way found even the continued practice traditional wayfinding. So, yeah. In 2019, look at the 1,500 species. Whether the species rate of evolution changed, like the survival. Some species did evolve faster than others, but now acceleration is the only. As previous species success predicts species survival. So species success predicts species survival. Okay, so last success predicts the future. The previous success leads to the future. Okay, which claim? endangered and distinct species display significant slower evolutionary rate than other species. That's irrelevant to the sentence. That's a little evolutionary rate only impacted species survival when adaptations were linked to. When adaptation were linked. I don't know. There's no meaning about the options. Environmental. Successful species tend to remain more successful than quickly evolving competitors. Invasive species that overtook competitors tend to. Has to be C. Okay. Many cultures, handshake, team and design of robots, shake hands with human or approve, human or robot. Just the same with under pressure to better imitate the feel of human hand. Research. Because it creates trust. Okay, people that try to be rather than looking humans. That's irrelevant. It's easy to program a robot to perform handshakes, and it's a program. Greetings. That's also irrelevant. The robot researcher study may have other uses. Maybe lifelike cancer. Maybe this one. Yeah. I'm in chat. Okay, researchers conducted an experiment to understand how to use ranking. How to use rankings to make decisions. They created a fictitious travel website. Meanwhile, the researcher checked for one group went up to the top other group, and the researchers concluded that when reviewing ranked lists, we tend to focus on the top ranked option. Which was best described in ones. Okay, the conclusion is that they'll focus on the top. Percentage of total time spent reading about museum participant ranking. Percentage of total time spent reading not provided with ranking. Okay. Conclusion. They tend to focus on top ranked option. Top ranked, the rankings is a little bit is mixed across the board here. There's a one got 36 and the other ones are a little bit more no, it's a little bit varied. It's a bit more varied. The one without ranking is more balanced than the one with this, which there's only two that are past 20. Well, there's multiple here that are around 20. Participants who were not provided with the rank museums regularly equal amounts of time reading. Researchers we tend to focus on the top ranking. Participants who were not provided with the ranking, the museums roughly spend a regularly amount of time reading about it. That kind of works, but like it doesn't directly improve the thing. But who were not provided ranks spend most of the time reading about Victorian. That's a Victoria and Albert. Spent the most time. That is true, but that doesn't mean anything. Participants who provided with the ranking in museums spend least amount of time reading the natural. Participants provided with the ranking spend least amount of reading natural history. That is also true, but the C could be an answer, but let's. Particularly with the ranking museums, spend disproportionately more time reading about the. Okay, this is the only one that. Yeah, I'm him, chat. I'm him. Great owls known for the fatal disc. I feel remarkable adaptations. According to a study, acoustic radar, keep it at low frequency sounds by burrowing voles through as much as 2 feet of snow. Sense no refract sounds, perceive acoustic mirage. Okay. Mirage from to counter distortion, spend most time hovering overhead. This listen pushes into least action, hovering, plunging straight down straight to prey. Overcome. Okay, okay. This one just it's right here. Spend a moment of time hovering overhead. It hovers directly above the source of the sound, it confirms its location. Yeah. I'm MChat. Microbes that live in shallow lakes and ponds produce methane. We already saw this. We already saw this before, and it was saying that like the watermelon foil is the self-prevent. Yeah. It was a green chilies and improper ingredients cuisine. Propane non-environmentally friendly. If you see solar power that could provide a better alternative, engineer. Between 38, 42, 46 kilostats. Provides a very seems successful using roasting temperatures roasting, but they've found propane yielded faster results. Okay, they're using the sun to heat something. And like propane, but propane is faster. Roasted green chilies took 6 minutes. Bathroom propane only 4. Reduced roasting times by using more kilostats. Okay. Okay, and the claim is that more kilostats will make faster results of roasting. Okay. Attempts to roast green using 50 results in fewer than 6 minutes. This is most likely the answer. Green chili consumers prefer the flavor. No, that's irrelevant. Flavor is irrelevant. Read appealed, that's irrelevant. Temperance at a roasting drum is distributed more evenly in so hot than propane. Doesn't answer the question. I'm MJ. Electric companies use wind turbines to rely on a forecast. What's the claim? When winds are stronger than they were forecast, however, the predicted maximum amount of electricity turbines would generate will be too low. When winds are stronger than they were forecast to be, the predicted maximum amount of electricity turbines could generate will be too low. Amount of turbine winds could generate when winds are stronger than forecast. So the west region, the winds are electricity. Strong enough. Okay. Next time, they can generate using winds that are has to be the maximum amount of electricity. Too low. So bait the electricity turbines was about 7 less than predicted. Amount of additional electricity could generate when forecast. They're not predicting the energy strong enough to generate when so bait the electricity from it was predicted. What? What is predicted? This is the electricity. There's no specific wind. When the winds are stronger than they're forecast to be, however, the predicted maximum amount of electricity wind turbines can generate will be too low. Well, crap! I didn't do it in 10 minutes. That might be because I'm reading everything out loud. But yikes. I'm gonna say A. GG chat. It says 50. Okay. GG chat. I'm cooked. GG. Alice Guy Blanche to direct and when I need to feel like they're watching real people on screen. Not really. Video wishing at a time, like sound, certain as a result, tended to highly exaggerate their style actors, but they're therefore familiar to. Okay, so lifetime guy even on lifetime may be natural in studios. Films at the time felt like sound, so actors need to rely solely on their bodies, their emotions. Okay, in this style of guideline framework, therefore, pretty much actors have worked on other director films. I guess very unusual for the period. She won an audience. Films behave. Okay. Very unusual for the period because she won a natural. She won a natural. She won a natural, but they're going exaggerated normally. And this is silent films, so this is gonna be unusual. I'm in chat. I'm locked in. Hip hop for example, student psychology level of elevator research claimed that the additions developing students for justice awareness, hip hop encouraged students by raising students' interest and engagement. Okay, what courses that incorporate hip hop or doing it? With the high, this could be it. Educators report that they enjoy teaching courses that involve hip hop and rhyming. Courses that don't. It could be it. Interest, engagement, so the course is the highest enrollment attendance rates. Could be these two. Tend to be more enthusiastic about rap music. No. Interest in social justice issues typically don't know. There's nothing about enrollment. So B. I was wrong, it was A. I am cooked. I'm so cooked, chat. Okay. GG, chat. At least we did under 15 minutes before Roblox shut down. Come on. There we go. $1,000 points. 1,000 points. I gotta get. And kill a person. How we doing, chat? How we doing, chat? Ow. Well, this is the only way to progress, so... Why are you supposed to progress? Gotcha. I can't react. I'm going way too fast. Get in! Are you kidding me? Why am I not getting it? Why would I get in? Only 500 points. 500 points, my foot. Okay, time for another 10 minutes. Time for another 10 minutes. Yippee. Words and context questions. Okay, let's see. In recommending song and library noted that pieces by the spoken word poet don't lose their blank nature when printed. Let's see. Collection done. Library noted that the pieces by the spoken word poet don't lose their nature when printed. The language is plain printed. The language is same pleasant musical quality of the page. That's performed by fee. I guess melodic. Scholarly. Cook chat. What shall we determine the most precise word? A precise word is one that means exactly what it should have been given in a situation. It will favor the sentence perfectly and reinforce the text meaning. Last bit important, we're not just looking for a word that sounds right or looks good. Instead, we need to understand the text and select a word with the meaning that best matches the means that when intending words, reading comprehension is just as important as our reading knowledge as our knowledge of vocabulary. On the specific word context, we need to focus on two things: context and connotation. Context refers to the specific scenario we're attempting to match a word or phrase to. I forgot to turn the 10-minute timer on. We must read the provided text carefully because we need to know the meaning of the word we're looking for. That will be provided a second time within the text. This results in many prompts for the words. The context question follows a similar pattern of statement, restatement. The trick then is to match the word we're looking for with the equivalent idea in the other statement. In recommending blah blah blah, library noted that a piece of spoken word don't leave their blank nature when printed. The language has the same pleasant musical quality in the page as performed. Two matching statements here. Poems keep their blank nature and will have the same pleasant quality when on the page. Notice how the blank first statement lines up with the phrase pleasant musical quality. In the second statement, this context tells us that the word that we should choose, the word that most likely will seem pleasant and musical. This is the context of the word that we should choose. Mostly mean connotations are the associations that we have with different words. One common example, the connotation whether the word feels positive or negative. Words have so many meanings of vastly different connotations. For example, the words promising and ominous both mean that something predictive of the future. However, while promising has strongly positive connotation, ominous has strongly negative connotation. Therefore, these words can't logically apply to the same context. If you're stuck on a word in context question, try focusing on these connotations. In the sentence positive, then the word we choose should be positive too. The basketball star promising plays the season in dark ominous clouds and time is coming. Yep. Based on the context of issues like bright and storm, it's clear that where the positive and negative words are most appropriate. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to turn off the microphone because family privacy. I get to express my voice. At least.
Oreo and chocolate. So you better hit that subscribe button.
Okay. Why did I open up my folder? I did not want to open up my folder. Okay, let's see. User, what does the word called mean? Okay, let's see. Balancing in the dashboard of the car with another restorer movement. That's peculiar with the options of work and use more with the formless grace of our nervous sporadic games. Continually breaking through his spunky manner in the shape of restlessness. This has to be characteristic. This has to be her accomplishment. If that resource that is so peculiar, as well as characteristic. I clicked on the wrong thing. Characteristic. Okay. W. I'm in chat. Okay, words and context. Top tips. Charge it. Identify the tone of the text. I'm missing the word. Can... My mic... Is my icon? Yeah, it is. This stream is so dead. Identify the tone of the text of the missing word can be a big help in the words of context. As a positive, eliminating choices that are negative or neutral, and vice versa. Some words like unfortunate almost always has a negative tone. Other words like grateful almost always has a positive tone. Make sure the tone of the choice you select matches the tone of the text. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Look for words, phrases that maybe share the same meaning as the word in blank. If you can reuse something in text in blank, then look for choices that gives them a close match. For example, this noun like this and these. Text, this and these are demonstrated pronouns. Often they're followed by nouns. These artifacts, this tragedy, or on some words in context questions, the noun directly after this or these is a synonym for correct answer. Okay. Noun directly after this or these is a synonym for the correct answer. Okay. Though it's not uncommon, you may also notice words or phrases that seem to have the opposite meaning of the missing word. In that case, look for the antonym of the choices. Don't pick up familiar words just because. In test day, you may encounter some words you don't know. Many test takers make the mistake of selecting words that you don't know in the choice instead of the ones they know better, even when the word they know feels right. These students think that the word know better because they be traps because they might seem too easy. This strategy can often backfire. To raise your chances of getting words eliminate what you can from the words you do know. Select an option for whatever remains. In other words, don't choose the word that you don't know because you don't know it. Only choices in a known word if you can eliminate all the words you do know. Pay attention to colons. Punctuation helps us understand the relation between the passage. Colons, explanation or example is coming. When the blank comes before a colon, it usually means that information after it will provide you with the correct choice. Lean on transitions. Words help you understand the relation between ID and passage. Roughly be. Got a gnat in my face, and then someone starts screaming. Agreement or disagreement. Similarly, however, sequence in order, previously, later. Addition of exemplary, addition of for instance, cause and effect, therefore as a result. Check it out overview of elementary questions in which we define these categories and give more examples of transitions that fall into each. Words in context questions, it's common to see the transition of disagreements. Which contrast these words, but however, regardless, pay attention to those contrasts. Look for roots. Even if you've never seen the words, possibly you may have seen the forms of the same root. For instance, you might not know the meaning of negate, but you know the words of negative. If you know the meaning of negative, you may be able to guess, but negate has related meaning. Generality, skip the questions if it's always the same. Ditch the details, don't get hung up on familiar words, abbreviate the jargon, use the process of elimination and guess. Okay. Landon Monthly published the articles based on newly discovered letters allegedly exchanged between President Abraham Lincoln and historians were unable to blank the authenticity of letters, however, quickly dismissed them as a hoax. Level 2. Okay, so. Okay, so they. Okay, so it has to, like, either be validate, it can't be accommodate, relate. Either interpret or validate. Validate is to actually sort, interpret is to is a little bit more open-ended. Validate. I am correct. I am chat. Some researchers believe that genes and ground hibernate so when assuming that even our probably the temperature be in human. Shush. Some researchers believe that genes are that enable groundhogs and certain other animals to hibernate into the winter might start breeding out maybe in humans present yet have essentially no effect on our bodily process. Okay, in humans, okay, so it has to be relating to being part of me. Maybe something in humans. Yeah, it has to be. Okay, lacking is the okay, variable doesn't grammatically make sense. Decisive, no. Lacking is considering the nothing of, the less of, implies like the no existence of the trait. Dorme has to be the answer. I am correct. I'm him, chat. Okay. Another challenge. Gain 1,000 points. Bro. Saw that thing a mile away and I still got hit by it. There is no way I missed every single shot from that. Where am I? It's going so fast I can't. Oh my god. Disadvantage. Oh, I just get 1,000 points like that and then just didn't kill someone? I'm so mad. Just randomly got 1,000 points out of nowhere and then like I don't get it because I didn't kill someone? I hit like several people. Another 10 minutes. This is gonna be like the entire live stream because of all because of Rush. Oh, you guys didn't even see the whole thing. Darn it. Email. Non-inevitable, commonplace. Oh. Maybe it's a good idea to actually read them. Damn. That's Sunday. Let's go. I'm him, chat. Okay. Award-winning navigated Silent Princess Ida through the series of puzzles and illusions. The game is known for a blank, artful art design, beautiful infinite pastel colors, and make the game both challenging and pretty to look at. Okay, so it's talking about the art. It's good. So it's not violent. It's not mundane because it says it's unique and it's different. Distracting? No. Again, it's positive. Intricate. And the line on the movement for aestheticism, avoided for strict, blank, artistic. And functional objects, promoting instead of idea that art is beautiful. Okay. Strict, let's see. Advocated strict division between. Okay, so it has to be division because it's separate. Because it's separating the beautiful versus functional. Beauty versus function. Vanity versus function. Division. Nice. Visual art states of Symbol colors of comics are the culture, passion for such research, into the bit, yeah. Fellows lie about the border between Argentina and Brazil, the popular and blank tourist destination. Popular and blank. Okay, okay, so it's positive. On the century, they often say. Okay, so it's not fleeting, not obscure, precarious, revered. I'm MJ. What are text structure and purpose questions? The following text, okay, no matter how we cultivate the land, tame we are free, no matter how we can, make it just land, we always birds at sea. Yeah, magical reaches, beaches, smile on merchant sea. So we always go, so we always long to go to the ocean. Speaker provides an example of my early. Okay, structure. How we go to the lane, tame the thing. So first has it's like talking about like land, and the other one is going to the sea, and then exploring the sea. Okay, so speaker describes often not provides approaching nature. No, we already against nature. What? I did not get that at all. Any reference to cultivate land, taming the forest, pretty free, no matter how we irrigate the sand, making the desert command. We must always leave the borders of the sea, of the measurement reaches. Windy, wet beaches, and the mile-long margin of the sea. Provides it with approaching nature and then challenging approach. Describes the attempts to control nature, then operates from nature is controllable. I think it has to be B. Speaker argues that against interfering in nature and then gives evidence supporting the presents dominate nature and the conscious. Okay. Alright. Hello, compy. We're currently trying to beat the doors challenges, but right now I am studying because the rules for the stream is that every challenge attempt I do, I gotta spend 10 minutes studying, and that's what I'm doing. I got like 2 minutes left before we go back to playing doors. Texture purpose questions all seen past surface and passage about what the text is, why and how the text says it. Instead of just what, since we determined to ask a purpose structure, let's go to turn. Purpose of why behind the passage. Why did they author write it? Why did it accomplish? What was the point? Text. Frame to explain. They use some examples of use. The author wants you to have a particular experience when you read their writing. Maybe they want to help you understand the concept, or maybe they want to convince you or something. What were your takeaways from reading the text? Chances are those takeaways are closely related to the text purpose. Structure is how a passage works to achieve its purpose. How does the text flow from one idea to the next? Where does the author predict emphasis? Text structure. Text structure of each progress. Notion, find this. Separating the text structure from the content can be difficult, but it often helps consider ideas. The text relates to one another. Do they disagree? Does one idea build upon another? These relationships creates a shape of the text that serves support the goals of the author. Approach text structure and purpose questions. The longer I read these, the more slurred my speech is becoming. Longer, this is just about reading and not speaking. Identify the task. First thing you need to go into the question is the overall structure or main purpose. Structure is close to linked. If This whatever is the message. Sorry. While focusing on just one question, ask about summarize the text, read the past close to summary. You'll boil the whole text down in 1 to some points. Another question, ask, test the choices. For your summary, okay. Part to whole relationships. My time is already going up. Okay. Let's try again. Who is speaking in my ear? You know, I did also remember that I have voice chat. That it would be funny if I turn it on and then have people, and then try to see if people get reactions while I'm studying, but I don't want to do that. What did that kid say? That is unfair. That is actually unfair. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, I can jump. Forgot I could jump. No way I didn't hit some. I saw. I got the 1,000 points, but I didn't kill anyone. I hit so many people. Okay. I am pretty sure I had to hit the guest 606. So maybe if I wait for guest 606 to die, I might be able to do this. It should be relatively pretty easy for guest 606 to die at that state. All he has to do is get rushed down. Please get rushed down. Rush or ambush, kill him. Of course, Russia completely avoids. the guest. Please, get this guy. This is... Why? Why? Please, kill guest. Kill the guest. Kill the freaking guest. So I can have a chance to do this. So I can be done with this challenge. He is literally one tap. Oh great, now guest got a shield. Wonderful. Please, kill this. Someone kill this guest so I can have a chance. Someone kill it. Someone kill this guest. Please. Please let this guy die. Thank you, ambush. It didn't count. Oh, come on. This is so obnoxious. Okay, I think what we get the plan now is like we have to just focus on surviving, and then when people are getting low health is when we try to strike. Is when we try to strike. Once people are getting low enough. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick and then I'm gonna go back to studying. I just realized that this video right here has the faces that looks exactly like that "you are an idiot" virus. Okay, part to whole relationships. What are part to whole relationship questions? On the writing an SAT, some questions will require you to read short text with one underlined sentence. Question will then ask you to identify the function of the underlined sentence within the text as a whole. Part to whole relationships question will look like this. Strangers still in the exact middle of the cottage where they first planted himself. His singularity enspelled. A closer scrutiny, lean, gloomy figure. Hair dark and lank, mattedly streaked over his brow. His sunk pitfalls of eyes were painted by indigo halos, and played with an unconscious sort of lighting. I did not get a single thing of what this passage is supposed to say. Oh yeah, I gotta turn on this. Sit down exactly in the car where you had a player explaining themselves, a singularity until like certainty with sentence states the function. Okay. It's supposed to set up a description. It sets up the character. Yeah, it sets up the description. Hey, I'm him. I'm him. Should we think in partial relationship? Partial questions are a type of text structure and purpose questions. To succeed on these questions, we need to understand what the author is trying to achieve in the text, as well as how the text works to achieve that purpose. But while other text structure and purpose questions focus on the entire passage, partial relationship requires of only focus on one specific part, text, the underlying portion. What information does the underlying contain? How does the information relate to the rest of the text? What is the function? In other words, what does it do? Answer these questions allows us to determine what role the underlying portion so it plays the flow of the text. And to approach the part to whole really, one summarize the text, to make it a prediction. Once you have firm understanding of the entire passage, you should try to state the function of the underlying portion in your own words. How does it fit the text? How does it introduce what's coming next? And what does it contradict what came before? Comparing the information of in the underlying portion with what comes immediately before and immediately after to reveal how information contributes to the flow of the text. Test the choices, compare the prediction of each choices. Which choice most will make your prediction? You can select the choice with confidence. Pro tip, stay within the underline. Okay. What's the difference between setting and character? Did someone really ask that? The setting and the difference between setting and character? Not to be rude, but like, you're studying for the SAT. You're studying for the SAT, and you don't know that. You're at this point where you need to study the SAT, and you don't know the difference between setting and character. Chat, what does setting and character mean? Chat, do you guys know? I'm actually intrigued. Do most people not understand the difference between setting and character? Hey Dad, do you know the difference between setting and character? Do you know the difference between setting and character? Setting and character. Setting and character. The difference between setting and character. What is the difference between a setting and a character? Comparing setting, the concept of a setting and the concept of a character. What is the difference between those two concepts? Yes. Yeah.
Story, place,
Mm-hmm.
character,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to see if this was like something that like most people don't understand the difference between setting and character. Okay, anyway, text structure on purpose, top tip, stay specific, be strict, lean on transitions, structure, transition words and phrases, such as however and therefore, contribute significantly to the structure of the text by showing how one idea follows to the next. Take note of any transitions you encounter while reading. These can be very helpful when trying to map out the structure of the text. Okay, general ditch details, some bit of details on the passage. Simplify, summarize, paraphrase. Briefly, more jargon. Don't get hung up with words. Use limited processing. Okay. Following text. Thou with stroke of mighty pen, thou says from mirth. Ready to are the men, cradle from their birth, language of the flowers, thou hast read them all. And in brook, respond but to thy call. Something about pen, making joy and for everyone, and touches. Okay. Main purpose of text. Something about writing. For the people, writing to give enjoyment to the people, or a message. To praise a certain writer with specific perceptive regarding people in nature, to establish a certain writer that has read extensively about writing time, to call attention to a certain writer's screen for elaborately detailed writing process, to recount fond memories of afternoons in nature with a certain writer. Guess A. I can only imagine say. Hey, I'm correct. I'm him, chat.
Sam tells me we are. Question to ask. Identify the problem. To identify the structure. Essentially, how does the author do an idea? Questions asked. So strategies for these questions. Cover choices. First step. It's below. 5 times. And go ahead. That tap. So we know from as we go through, try to answer. Studies suggest. Lay out that as stand or sit or simulated standing is more physically unstable. Line it up. Size that stand easy. So you want to go further. So let's summarize. The author kicks off by saying some studies
Okay, so test about standing versus sitting of making choices. And making financial choices, but there's no difference.
En el juego.
hey, this example. Let's sum this up and cycle some language. Go to
Where did it get done? No. B. The past recognition is
misunderstood. It's also
yeah. The problem writing and saying and passive effects cognition of sort of solve the problem discusses. Okay, it has to be D.
first of all, this doesn't match. Reflect this. Here's a suggestion that how to say this? Discusses. Okay, he claims. Yes, okay. So then matches are. It's 100%. This question, the other choices all refer. Stretch, stored in. System described. Safely. Self-evident. Choice A. Tricky. Didn't mention this.
Okay. Time. Okay, let's run it back. Let's run it back again. It's the... wait a second, it's the... that is not the white pumpkin. Okay, 1,000 points. Getting... 1,000 points. What is Carl doing? What is Carl the AI doing? Okay, the goal is to just survive. The goal is to just survive until further notice. You gotta be kidding me. Heal. Heal. Stupid eyes. What a, like, this is... Okay, I got one person eliminated. I just need to get more points. Oh yeah, I can jump. I gotta remember to jump. Absolute bullcrap. What did I do? Tell me, what did I do? Come on, get this. Get those two. Okay, I should be good. How did I miss? Get in. Get in. Oh, that was Dread. What even hit me? What? Okay. At least I got it. At least I got it. At least I got the... got it. If this challenge is awful. Eliminate 3 players. Eliminate 3 players. Oh my god, this is gonna be awful. Okay, survive, but to make sure I hit at least 3 people. Okay, I got 1. I got 2. What even hit me? Okay. What am I supposed to do? Okay, so I just gotta survive. I hit 3 people. I just gotta survive now. What do you mean I didn't kill a single person? Now I killed someone, but there's... I'm not gonna get the 3 kills. This challenge is bullcrap. Oh my god. god, this stupid thing. I'm gonna try one more time without sitting up. Okay. Get first place without hiding. That would be... That sounds relatively way easier than this. Than doing this, because it's depending on whether or not people can freaking not die. And then, like... I hit like 3 people. I hit like 3 people in the beginning, and like they didn't die. There is no way I didn't hit you. What? Touched me. What hit me? This game mode is so bullcrap. My god. You know, that's it. I'm done. I'm done with doors. I'm done with doors now. Okay, let's try another one. Let's try another game. I already got all the items, so I don't really need to do all the challenges, but like but it's more about the completion, but like the doors is so crap. Okay, what? Oh, Tower Defense Simulator is on here. Okay, tower defense. Okay, tower defense and natural disaster. I'll do natural disaster. I'm gonna do natural disaster. Now define natural disaster. None of those are natural disaster. Natural disaster. Here we go. Survive 2 rounds. That should be easy. I should just survive 2 rounds should be easy. I know how to play. Just give me the takeovers. How is this the only? Why is there a timer? Why does it choose to have a timer for surviving? Why? What is the purpose? For what? For what purpose? But for what purpose? Okay. I regret turning on the chat. As you can see, this guest is meant to be dead, but somehow, miraculously, has not. Okay. Can we pick up the pace? Like, can... I gotta open the thing up again. Okay, high school. Okay, I'm gonna try to get on the roof. I'm gonna predict a flood. I'm gonna predict the flood, so I'm gonna try to get to the top of the schoolhouse. Isn't there supposed to be like a ladder? How did meteor shower? Never mind. I'm going even further down. How did the meteor shower hit there? I should be fine down here. Never mind. I'm gonna hide behind here. Huh. Huh. Oh yes, take cover. Oh yes, we should take cover. Then everything could like crush us, like... Oh. Like what? I'm gonna hide behind the door frame so I can react. How long do I have to wait? Okay, buddy. Okay. Did I lose? Did I really lose an arm because something crushed me? Okay. Oh, there's the ladder. Bro. That's... Oh, I don't lose... huh? Safety... What do you mean I don't... What do you mean I don't regain my health? What do you mean I don't get my health back? Anyway, I'm gonna try to get up. Get it, like, get up high. Wow, this map makes... Why is there glass everywhere? I have to go, like, all... You mean to tell me I have to go all the way around just to get up high? I don't think so. Tsunami, get the higher ground. This should be relatively pretty easy. Can I stop taking fall damage? This is the highest point in the map. Oh, it's a brain rot. Why is there motion tracking on the brain rot? That looks so awful. Sigh. I'm sorry. Huh? Why did you do that like last second? Why did you... So what is this? What is that? Why did I get flung across the stratosphere right after the tsunami hit? I was above the tsunami, like... Well, what am I supposed to do about that? I literally should have been safe. There was literally no reason why I shouldn't be safe from that. I'm gonna find a ladder for this mansion. Hopefully there is a ladder so I can get to the roof, too. All these people with balloons all these people with balloons are pissing me off. Like, why did people buy balloons? Just like so many people buy balloons. There's no ladder in the back. Maybe there's an open stairs to get to the roof. Yeah, but like, oh, the glass. It's the glass. Okay. Okay. Can you let me outside? Can you let me be outside? Thank you. Thank you for letting me be outside. I think the safest thing for me is to be down here. Because there's... Never mind, the safest part is gonna be all the way over here. Believe it or not. I say that as there's like 50 million things coming into my direction. There we go. I'm safe. Finally. I gotta just do a spam jump and it's GG. Easy. This is the easy one. Can it be over so I can get the next challenge, please? Like, I already proved that I survived. Spray tag 20 surfaces that last the round. That lasts the round? What do you mean by that? What do you mean that lasts the round? Are you really are you really gonna make me take this long tag? Why does it take this long to tag? Okay, where's the volcano? Okay, the volcano is... I guess the volcano is over that direction. So Okay, volcano is over... Yeah, the volcano is all the way over there. So all of my items should last. It should have a lot of... take quite a bit in order to get my... Why... Okay, 13 out of 20 tags, not bad. Okay, so this is another 2 rounds thing. I just gotta get lucky with a good another easy one that doesn't destroy all my things. Map and situation. Modest headquarters. Yay. I guess inside. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about this. I guess like try to do ground level. Like the lowest level possible. I swear if it's flood. If it's flood, I'm gonna be so mad. Avalanche, avoid... okay. I'm gonna go all the way over here. I'm gonna go all the way to the corner. Okay. Okay, these challenges are actually pretty easy. Spray tag signs and invade 12 cups. I don't know what. Okay. So, evade cops. So I guess just find a place where the cops can get me. Okay. So how do the cops work? Is it whenever I spray that causes one to spawn? What causes the cops? Okay, I guess the cops are... How do I get the cops on me? How am I supposed to get the cops on me? Ouch. Where are the cops? Like, I gotta get the cops on me, but... Do I have to... Oh... Oh. On my shift... Okay. Okay, I figured that out now. I just gotta find a place to... Okay, just find a place to, like, where I can just... The AI can't hit me, and... we're good. Okay, if I can get on top of the... If I can reach the sign from here, then... This should be easy. No? Can do it... Oh, wait. There we go. Huh? Why are you spawning up here instead of down there? Okay, I found a place. I found a place. Okay, I got a bunch of cops on me now. That was not a good one. Watch a video to try the experimental blue hammer? Huh? Okay, I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna reset so I can get full health. There we go. I still got the can, I still keep my cops, that's nice. Okay, to find a place that I can attack. Find a place that I can attack easy. Okay. There we go. Fish it. Aha! And why are you able to... Now I gotta find another... Now I gotta find another place too. Could have enough. Okay, I think the places that were following me have got lost in the plot. So I think I should be fine to just. Then where did you two come from? You know. This, come on. Okay, you get up there, and I can go over here. Get all of you guys. Go there. Bro, I was one off. What do you mean I was one off? Why am I taking damage in the lobby? There is no way someone said shrimple as that. Zeus smite me down if I'm not lying about being a furry. Okay, this one should be easy. This one should be easy. All I gotta do... What? What on earth was that for? Okay, come on, just angle it properly. Come on. I just needed one police. Basically, I only need one police. Okay, I'm not gonna get the police. Oh, there's just a giant sign in the over here. Come on. Work! Are you actually kidding me? I didn't get a single cop after all that. I literally have only one needed. Jeez. Sign, 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 sign. Get up there to sign. Where? Okay, here's a sign. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Jeez, finally. I literally only need one. Oh. I think I'm gonna go down. I think I'm gonna... This might be a problem. Yeah, that seems like a bit of a problem. Finally. Okay, final challenge. I think it's the final challenge. Evade 3 cop... Okay, evade cops 3 rounds in a row. I guess I can't get hit by a cop, I guess. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know the context. Also, these people with these blue hammers are messing me up. Are you actually kidding me? Are you... There's like nothing I can do. Okay, apparently I'm... Oh, it's a tornado. Oh, it's a tornado, and it's a laggy tornado. Do I have to not get hit, or do I have to not die? Do I have to... do I have to keep a police on me while not dying, or do I have to make sure just one doesn't hit me, like... I'm taking it pretty well on this tornado. Granted, there was like 50 million things that are flying up to me, but like... that should be fine. I'm currently still fine. Okay, tornado is... lost all my distance with the police officer. It's... okay. Okay, so I just have to live around with the police on me. And I'd have to do that 3 times. Okay. I should be fine. What is Robbie Rodden doing here? Okay, this one should be relatively pretty easy. Just all I got. Seems like a storm. So just stay up here and I should be fine. I should probably... thunderstorm. Okay, thunderstorm. I gotta go a little bit lower. How did this part get hit at all? Now, does me resetting reset the thing even though I was in the middle of a round? Do I have to redo another one because I reset instead of... Okay, it's still, okay, well, I'm still good, I'm good. I'm good. So the kiosk is here, look. There you go. Okay, come on. Come on. There you go. Looks like a blizzard. Sounds like a blizzard. Did the rocket actually live? Hmm. Is it a blizzard or a sans blizzard? It's a blizzard, why is it sand? I don't feel comfortable being this close. If this person didn't have a neck, it would look like he's trying to... Looks like he's trying to bite my neck if it wasn't for the fact that they got no head. Also, what is wrong with you? Somehow this constitutes as shelter. Somehow this constitutes as a shelter. As shelter. Okay. I don't know. Okay, that should be all the challenges, right? Yeah, that's all the challenges. I'm going back to the takeover. And I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna do another study. I've been studying, Dad. I'm doing it both. Every time I do a challenge, I do 10 minutes of studying. I'm gonna do the test after the stream is done. Whenever I go through all the games that I wanted to do. Okay, apparently I'm gonna have to do only one more game left. Try out one more game, and then we're gonna do the test. I'm gonna have to stop the stream. Gonna make a count. Hello, Ender. I'm gonna have to try to do one more game before I take a practice test in the stream. Trying to figure out which game. I'm thinking Superstar Racers. Where is Superstar Racers on here? Of course, I miss doors. Never sleeping on the weekend again. Go to sleep. I didn't exactly finish doors, but I'm sick of doing that right now. And besides, I gotta end the stream soon. Where's Superstar Racers? Finally. $75 gems? I don't know how rare the gems are gonna be. I hope they're not that rare. I really gotta do a tutorial for a card game? Look at all these people in the tutorial, that's crazy. Okay, Superstar Racers is a platformer. Understand. Go team. You can double jump. Okay. Okay, so water is to death, understandable. Balloons recharge abilities. What ability do I need for this? Oh look, I can talk. Okay, there's the dive. E is dive. Nice. The bog actually takes you upwards. Oh, this is a fun. This feels like a fun game. Never mind, it's the worst game ever. Okay, these rocks don't work. Where am I? Okay. Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? Am I at the start? Okay, I'm at the start. That sucks. Where am I supposed to go? Okay. 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 Okay, so the dash seems that I lose all my momentum. All my momentum resets when I touch the ground. That's good information. Okay, what was the point of that? Also, hold on, wait a second. What are we? Okay, the takeover. Okay. I think I understand the game now. Now I understand the game now. Oh. What? Huh? What? There's no way I joined mid halfway. Okay. Yeah, if I do the races getting better, I can get to 75 easy. Okay, I guess. Okay, floor's death, so avoid that. Okay, so there's. Okay. Or I can just miss the same platform over and over again. I can also do that. No! Okay, and no. I see gems. I see the gems on there, and I need the gems, but I. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I don't need to go over there. No, no, yeah, thank you. No, alternatively to being good at the game, I could just keep missing the same platforms. That's also an option. At least I'm halfway done with this challenge. Huh? Oh. Okay, that's one challenge. Beat any map. Okay. How long is this map? Are you actually kidding me? Where's the end? Over there, I guess? Okay. Ignore the gem. We can finally ignore the gems. All we just gotta do is keep... All we gotta do is just get good. We're next. Of course. Is there a quick reset option so I don't have to keep dying to like that over and over again? Is it? Okay, R is a quick reset. Thank you. No. Where am I supposed to go from here? Okay. That's not... That is not a rope. GG chat. Of course. I just gotta find them, like, try to, like, go for the same map, like, or, I don't really know what to do at this point. The game is fun, don't get me wrong, but, like, I'm... As long as I can keep up with the rest of the... As long as I can keep up with the rest of the people, then I should be fine. Relatively fine. Oh, apparently that counts it. Apparently I beat the map? Oh, okay, I guess. Okay, what's the last? Okay. Third one, beat the time trials within their required times. Okay, so time trials. Okay. How do I set up a time trial? Okay. Okay. Okay, these ones are actually easy. These ones are actually very easy. Good job. Are you actually kidding me? Can I be good at a single game for once? Finally. Now for a hard now for the hard challenge. Okay. You know, one thing I like about this game is that bonking doesn't feel punishing, and as a matter of fact, it's actually like encouraged to like hit walls with the dash. That lag spike is so like. And I pressed R instead of E. Okay. Ooh. Come on. Oh, I actually did it! Oh, man. Okay, there's one more. Beat a second lap. Okay, I'm gonna have 3 good shots at this. I'm gonna try 3 good attempts. 3 good attempts. If I... This is not count as a good attempt because I have 15 seconds left. This music kind of is good, but I guess bedroom. I did bedroom before. No feature. Oh, never mind. I only got up to this point where that's crazy. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, lap 2. How do I do lap 2? Do I have to go all the way back? No. I don't know what you want me to do. How do I do a second lap? How do I second? Okay. How do I do a lap 2? Turn on the 3? What does turn on the 3? After winning, press the button at the bottom that appears. That's supposed to be a button? Oh. I don't know how that... Oh. Of course. I went the wrong way. I totally went the wrong way. Okay. I don't even know what to do with this. Okay, I'm gonna try to get to lab 2 one more time and then we'll do the test. Clutch. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to... Like... I'm so oddly in second place. Okay, that's it. I'm not gonna be able to do a lab 2. Okay. I'm gonna start the test now. if you're not interested in seeing how well I do on the test, feel free to leave. I'm gonna be talking during it because I'm straight. Oh man, I forgot to record cheap you. Okay, I'm just getting bought. I know I don't. Oh yes. I'll put on. I'll put on. Game Chop Street. Music. Put in the description. I'll just put it up since I'm just gonna keep it up since I'm gonna be talking through most of this. Yeah, see you the whole time. Showing us how to practice this and some stuff. I appreciate the help with the answering these, Ender, but this is supposed to be. I'm supposed to figure this stuff out myself. Appreciate it though. I love 100. It was Roblox. You missed it though. This is the end of the stream. I have to do a practice test after. Feel free to leave if you want. The stream is gonna end soon. Yeah, this is a... Okay, since the reading portion is done, but since I haven't only studied the reading because I'm doing decent at the math, I'm just gonna skip through the math just to get the score for the reading. math score for the practice test. I only care for the reading score, essentially. I already studied a bunch of math before in the previous ACTs, but then those still didn't give me the points I needed to get the best score that I need to go for the SAT. Okay, let's see what I got. By the way, I'm going to be comparing the considering that these tests are predetermined on like the actual SAT, I'm going to be mainly basing the score off the tests I did before. Okay, reading and writing, I got 560. Practice 5, the last time I took practice 5, I got 600. Oh my god, I'm still doing worse, and I studied. Okay, practice 5. Practice 5. Reading, writing, 600. Reading and writing on the same test now. I got 560. Why am I doing worse and I'm studying? I've been studying. Why am I doing... How did I get 40... How am I doing worse in the same test? Like I did all the questions on time. I've been studying. I've been trying to use the study things, and I'm still doing it worse. I've been concentrating on it too because I haven't been saying anything the entire time. It's not like I'm even falling asleep either because I'm actually didn't fall asleep at it either. Like I say my time was pretty well spent. Like. This test is gonna be the death of me. doing worse in every test I take. I'm getting worse, and I'm studying. I actually been studying, and I'm still doing worse. Have I made any improvements in either of these parts of the SAT? Or are you not showing me my scores? Show my stupid scores. I did same in reading and writing. What is this? Information ideas is the same. Option structure, I did worse than the practice test. Definition of ideas, same thing. Same score and standard. It's one worse. Twitch apparently Twitch hasn't been streaming for... No, that's something different. I don't know. I'm gonna still keep studying, but like, I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. I'm gonna have to make the next stream just me study. I never think that my parents will say that it's because I'm not paying attention to when I'm streaming, because I'm streaming. I'm gonna just study while I'm streaming. Next time I do it. I'm gonna study in between them, but still, I'm just gonna be studying so I can at least have some content. Not even recording anything. This can't even be a Twitch VOD.